We're going to start with the toggle on. Reason being, Shizuku in the end phase, when it adds a card, will be able to immediately activate it if it is a quick play. So, we're going to try to do that right now. We're going to use Shizuku's effect, searching a quick play spell. Going to immediately meet with Imperm. That's fine. We have 2 degrees of interruption, plus if he clears the Shizuku, Shizuku is the best turn 1. Always. Shizuku's always the best turn 1. Reason being, you want to search in the end phase. This deck wants to have constant card advantage. If it doesn't have the constant card advantage, you're going to struggle, you're going to be upset, you're not going to have a good time. So, we've got 2 degrees of interruption. If he clears the Shizuku, the Ray will also trigger. So we're not in the worst of shape. Shizuku also has a continuous effect. It will minus attack and defense for every monster our opponent controls, times 100 for each spell card in our graveyard. At the moment, if they were to summon something, everything would be minus 100, attack and defense. Late in the game, this can be a real difference maker. I'm going to go battle phase. We're going to get hit with evenly matched here. Yes, yeah, we are going to do a different deck every day. Some days we may play the same deck we played as yesterday. But we're going to try to play a different deck every single day. So what are we going to do here? Well, if we send the Shizuku off the multi-roll, the Ray will not trigger because it is affecting us as the player, not affecting the monster itself. So we're going to have to banish everything else. Now we have to go to main phase 2. They have a Pot of Desires. That's fine. We're going to hit that with an Ash immediately. We don't want him gaining too much card advantage. At this point, we're still being able to catch up. He just blew 3 cards out of his hand, and he likely doesn't have a touch. D4 to craft those points. So, I had a gift card. My birthday was not terribly long ago. I used that to buy a large amount of packs. This was the first deck I actually built, so that's why I had everything from the start on this. I then went out of my way to build Birds and then Drytron. I also built Eldritch to an extent, but I hate playing Eldritch. I'm mostly using it as an engine in other decks. So, we're playing against Virtual World here. What he's going to try to do is he will likely try to summon a VFD on us. He does not look like he has the hand for it immediately. He had to send the Chuche. He's also now foolishing the Nian. So, what happens now? Well, we're going to draw our card. Sky Striker Afterburners. How many spells do we have in grave at the moment? Well, we only have 1 spell. So what we want to do is Lily is naturally a 600 defense monster. We want to clear the Lily. Reason being, we don't want to... thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you. So, we want to summon Sky Striker Ace Hayate, but we don't want to attack directly here. We actually want to clear the Lily. Reason being, we don't want him to have a monster on his field the next turn. We saw that he didn't open particularly well. That's a big thing here. He did not open particularly well. This 1 card in hand clearly was not playable. The last thing we want to do is leave him a monster that he can then normal summon and then synchro into a level 9. Or he could also use the Chuche in graveyard, reduce the level to synchro into level 6, and start drawing cards. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to activate the Afterburners. Then we'll swing directly. So, popping the Lily. Now 2 spells in grave. We want to go battle phase. In the battle phase, we will swing directly for 15 and activate the effect of Sky Striker Ace Hayate. Hayate was going to try to prioritize sending the engage. Reason being, we're going to add it back during our main phase 2 with the Sky Striker Ace Kagari, and then in the activating it to add the multi-roll from deck to hand. This will let us recur our Sky Striker spell cards. It'll keep us at a constant advantage. So, summon the Kagari. On summon, Kagari will add a Sky Striker spell card from grave to hand. Going to add the engage. So, activate engage. I think this deck is harder. I think this deck is a lot harder. Reason being, Zam, is you need to know your matchups. This deck has an incredibly high skill ceiling. I think this is one of the harder decks to play, period, in the game, especially if you're coming from the TCG, because it's a totally different way to play. There's other things you have to worry about in this deck that you didn't have to worry about when playing it in the TCG. I think the skill ceiling is higher than Tri-Brigade Luceric. So, Kagari effect. Shizuku effect. We want to prioritize searching the Sky Striker, Mecha Widow Anchor. And again, the critical part here is you want to have the toggle on. Reason being, you can activate the quick play during your end phase after you search it, targeting your own monster. And then because we have the multi-roll on field, the multi-roll will be able to set the card to our field. The catch-22 here is that when we activate the Widow Anchor, it gets banished. But in the process, we can set another spell card during his end phase off the multi-roll, assuming it is still there. Yeah, this is a strong deck. I think if you feel confident, this could be the deck for you in a lot of ways. It's a much slower deck than Birds, obviously. Birds, we're going balls to the wall every time. You want to go all out with Birds. This, slow and steady wins the race. There's moments where you're lethal, but they're few and far between. You really just want to keep in this grind game. You want to force your opponent to have to burn through everything to do anything. And see, he had nothing to play through there. He knew he could not play through the singular negate. The moment he summons a level 9 monster is when we make the decision then to steal. Because Widow Anchor will not only negate, it will also take the monster if we have 3 or more spells in the graveyard. And then in the end phase, we can set the engage. Back off the multi-roll. So, get right back into this. Again, we want to prioritize going first. There will be times where you have to go second. When you go second, I will show you what you want to look for in terms of playing through a board. Sometimes you're just not going to be able to. It's the reality of this game right now. There's a lot of blowouts going first or going second. We have a single hand trap. That's actually good news for us. We also have the Madolche Fusion that we can use to send off the multi-roll to both get a draw because it can shuffle itself back into the deck, but also the multi-roll will make it so he cannot respond to the activation of our spell cards during our turn. So, I'm going to turn the music back on. It sounds a little weird not having it in my ear. Let me know if that's too loud for you guys. So, got Altergeist. We're going to start immediately effect failure of this. We do not want him setting the Altergeist protocol. Altergeist protocol. Tribute an Altergeist monster, negate the activation of a monster effect. It also makes it so the Altergeist cards cannot be negated on field. Let's set 2 cards and pass. So, how do we play through this? Draw for turn. Cosmic Cyclone. This is big. We can now interrupt anything that he has here. It's likely going to be a trap card. So he's got the personal spoofing. Going to try to shuffle back in the Marionetter. And what he's going to... Oh, he's actually going to shuffle back to the Silcoitus. Now, this is critical right here. He's doing this in our draw phase. Personal spoofing shuffles back for cost. So, he has to put the card back because it's a continuous trap. If it's not on field at the time of resolution, he loses the monster he shuffled back. He just shuffled the monster back for no reason. The card plan for tomorrow. A good question. We may continue playing this. We may go back to an updated Birds list, or we may go back to an updated Drytron list. I'm going to get you guys your thoughts, and hopefully we can go from there. I've got some other decks in the work that I need to put a little bit more time and effort into grinding to get the dust, to, craft the cards and so forth. But I think I can get Spiral maybe in the next week or so. We'll start doing Spiral deck tutorials as well. It's a very complicated combo deck, but it has really cool lines of play. Awesome. Maybe tomorrow night then, or maybe later tonight, we can do another Bird stream. I for sure want to show some changes to the deck that I made, as well as some other combos that I've seen along the way. Played it a lot today. So, we've got 2 spells engraved. That's good. What we want to do right now... Oh, so the Madolche Fusion in the graveyard shuffles itself back into the deck, draws a card. Normally, it's also a card that you want to bait off of the Area 0. The reason I don't play Upstart Goblin. I did not craft Upstart Goblin. I was not aware that it was an ultra rare at the time. So, if I had the UR Dust, believe me, we'd be playing 3 Upstart. That would be for sure. The thing about Upstart, though, is Upstart loses to Droll. You can also play Toon Table of Contents as well, searching out the Toon Cyber Dragon to go into Mega Fleet. That is no bueno. So, He strike the Kagari summon. Not ideal. Thankfully, we have the Metalphos Fusion to at least draw a card here. Can we draw into what we need to? Drawing into a Call by the Grave, not the best draw here, but we can buy ourselves a turn by setting the Widow Anchor. Got one card in hand. We know he could not summon it last turn. We also know it's likely not a trap card because he didn't set it. So, I think we're okay. Altergeist Meluseek. So, Meluseek can attack directly when it inflicts battle damage to our opponent. He targets a card we control, sends it to the graveyard. I want to negate this right now. I want to say you can't use the Meluseek effect to send cards on our field to the graveyard. And I want to bait him into summoning the Linkuriboh so then we can hit it with Called by the Grave, because when this is sent to the graveyard, he can add an Altergeist monster from deck to hand. The key thing about Altergeist is you want to stop them from resolving Altergeist Multifaker. If a trap card is activated, Multifaker can special summon itself from the hand, and then on summon will also special summon an Altergeist monster from the deck. This is a really tough play to get around because what happens is they summon out Altergeist Silcoitus, which is a once per turn, bounce a card on your field, and bounce a card on your opponent's field back to the hand. So they can loop the Marionetter, not the Marionette, the Multifaker, with the Silcoitus, and constantly just keep picking our board apart. So, he is going for the Linkuriboh play. It's going to be met immediately with a Call by the Grave when he goes to activate the Meluseek in graveyard. So, Meluseek goes. We're going to trigger Called by the Grave. We're going to banish this. It's going to negate the activation of the Meluseek. Sorry, it's going to negate the effect of Meluseek. So he will not get the Multifaker. Now, is the card he has in his hand a trap card? We're not sure. It is not. We want to activate this. What do we have in our graveyard? We're going to check. So, we have 3 spells in our graveyard. We want to get when playing. You want to stop monsters that would clear the multi-roll. That is your priority 1. To make sure that you can always resolve multi-roll in the end phase of a turn. So we're setting the Widow Anchor here as protection, praying that we draw into a Sky Striker card. Mobilize Engage. This is the best card. You're going to see why. So, Mobilize Engage can search every single Sky Striker card in the deck. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to activate this, prioritizing getting Sky Striker Ace Ray to hand. We can also take the route of adding the airspace, which is what we're actually going to do here. Multi-roll can send the Area 0 to the graveyard. Simultaneously, Area 0 will trigger when it hits the graveyard because it was sent by card effect to special summon a Ray from the graveyard. From the deck, sorry. So we're going to activate Area 0. We're going to use multi-roll. Multi-roll will send the airspace Area 0 to the graveyard. And then upon hitting the graveyard, because it was sent by card effect, we will special summon the Sky Striker Ace Ray. So, Ray will summon. We're then going to force the battle phase here. Ray can tag out at any time during either player's turn to special summon a Sky Striker monster from the extra deck. So, what we're going to do is we're going to use Ray, bait out the Linkuriboh. Linkuriboh leaving the field will... Oh, he's actually not going to do it. Okay. Interesting. So now Ray in battle phase will tag out. And, as you see, we have 4 spells in grave. We don't need to go into the Kagari right now, but we're going to because we want to clear the Marionetter. Marionetter can target another card on the field, special summon an Altergeist from the graveyard by destroying the other card. We don't want him to do that. And the Kagari also gains 100 attack for each spell card in our graveyard. So we have 4. That 1900. We just added 1 to hand. She goes to 18, but it's still enough to clear the Marionetter. So, destroy the Marionetter. Now, we don't have the threat of him summoning back the Meluseek next turn. Doesn't mean he can't hard draw it. But because we're under multi-roll and we have 3 other spells in grave, we can activate the Engage safely, knowing that it's going to go through. We will add a Sky Striker card of our choosing. And what are we going to add? We are going to add the Ego Booster. Ego Booster says, you can target a Sky Striker card you control. This is also critical too. The Engage will let us draw because we have 3 more spells in grave. So when we draw into an Ash, this hand is crazy now. We're in total driver's seat here. So Ego Booster, if you control no monsters in your main monster zone, and he scoops. So Ego Booster, if you control no monsters in your monster zone, you can target a Sky Striker card, a monster in your extra deck monster zone. It becomes unaffected by card effects except for its own. If you have 3 or more spells engraved, it also cannot be destroyed by battle. So you make your monster totally immune to everything. It's critical if you want to protect the monster that you have on field. Also really good because it plays around hand traps, it plays around effect veiler, it plays around infinite impermanence. And as you saw there, we drew into the Ash. That is why we play multiple hand traps. We're playing 9 in this deck because the engage will let us see more hand traps. So, what we would have done there was, had he not scooped, we would have had 2 cards. We would have set the Ego Booster, kept the Ash in hand, summoned out the Shizuku. In end phase, Shizuku would have searched us a Shark Cannon or likely an Afterburners. So, we're going second here. There's a lot we can do with this hand. Area 0 can let us dig into the deck to try to find a Sky Striker monster that we can special summon. Or normal summon. It can also give us multi-roll, which lets us special summon the Ray by sending the Area 0 to the graveyard. We also have the Cosmic Cyclone. So, we're playing into Traptrix. Mantis on normal summon will add a Traptrix monster from the deck to the hand. They're also all unaffected by whole normal traps. Those are, trap hole cards. Floodgate trap hole, Treacherous trap hole for those who are coming from Duel Links. Regular trap hole. Mantis will then be sent to the graveyard to summon the Link 1 Traptrix Sarah. We saw this the other night. Sarah is unaffected by the effect of trap cards. And if a normal trap card is activated, you can special summon a Traptrix. So, Phantom Knights of Shade Brigade. Set itself. He has no spells engraved. That same turn that it's set, if you have no traps in your graveyard, you can activate it the turn it's set, special summon it. Because it's a normal trap, it triggers Sarah here. So Sarah will summon out a Traptrix monster, and at the same time, they will be able to make a rank 4. What they should have done, though, is they should have summoned the Murmillo. Reason being, Murmillo is a mandatory effect activation. Even if your opponent controls no spell or trap cards, Murmillo has to activate, and Sarah would have been able to set a trap card. He doesn't realize that. Or maybe all the Murmillos are already in his hand. But, the misplay on his part. So, what does Rafflesia do? If a monster is summoned, Rafflesia can send a trap hole card from the deck by detaching a material, copy that card's effect. So essentially, we're playing through 3 forms of interruption right now. We're playing through the potential 2 cards that he just set, as well as the Rafflesia trying to deal with the monster that we'll be adding, if we get one. So what we're going to start by doing is sending with Foolish Burial Goods. We're going to send Metalfoes Fusion. We don't want to chain anything just yet. So, sending Metalfoes Fusion. What we're then going to do is we're going to activate Airspace Area 0. That's fine. Just going to let that go through. We want to keep the Ego Booster here. The Shark Cannon we can afford to set. Shark Cannon is essentially quick play DD Crow. What we're going to do is we're going to go Airspace Area 0, target the set Shark Cannon. He's letting all of this go through. Revealing Max C, revealing Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, revealing Ash Blossom. The Sky Striker Mobilize Engage gets us to where we need to go, assuming it goes unchecked here. So, we already have 3 spells engraved, so we will draw a card off this. So, Sky Striker Mobilize Engage activates. It is going unchecked. What does that mean we want to add? We want to guarantee we get a monster to hand, so we're going to add the Ray to hand here. And then Engage will draw us a card. Draws us Max C. That's good for next turn. So, we have 3 spells engraved. We have 4 spells engraved. What we're going to try to do here is we're going to try to snipe a card. Normally I wouldn't do this, but we need to play around the Rafflesia. We have the ability to do so with the Ego Booster. I think one of these cards set is Imperm. Bottomless Trap Hole. That's fine. So we're going to normal summon the Sky Striker Ace Ray. He likely will respond now with the Rafflesia. And he is not. We don't want to use Ray's effect to tag out here. So what we want to do is we want to special summon the Kagari, baiting the Rafflesia to have to respond, to which will be met with an Eagle Booster. So, Kagari on summon will add the engage back to hand. Now we can start picking apart his board. Rafflesia is going to chain here. It's going to send the Trap Hole card from deck to grave as cost. We're going to see what he sends first. If it's a card that destroys or banishes, we will let it go through. Reason being, Ray will trigger and be able to special summon back to the field because the Sky Striker monster in our extra deck monster zone left because of an opponent's monster card effect. It is Treacherous Trap Hole. He is targeting 2 cards. I think we let this go through. Because we want to make sure we get the Shizuku or the Hayate on the field. So, engage comes to hand. The Ray will now trigger, as you saw. Ray will special summon herself back to the field. If this is met with a negate in the graveyard, we still have the engage to then add another card to get another Ray back on the field. Right now, we've got him in a loop. He has to play around this, and he's got to do it in a really funky way. So, he's setting the Gravedigger's Trap Hole. This will be able to negate a monster effect and burn for 2,000. But he cannot activate it the turn he's setting it. So we're special summoning the Ray here. We're going to go to battle phase and try to clear the Traptrix Sarah before we do anything else. So, Ray, swing over the Sarah. I think the Rafflesia is saying that we can't destroy it. Yeah. Traptrix monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle card effects. Okay, that's fine. While it has the Traptrix monster as exceed material. What's up, Shoro? Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to Ray Effect. Ray Effect will tag out into a Sky Striker Link monster from the extra deck. We're going to prioritize Nightmare Trap Hole. The monster that special system activates its effect on the field, negate the effect if you destroy that card. That's fine. Like we said before, we have the engage already. We've already seen that he does not have the Ash. He would have activated already. So, we're good to continue playing. Don't know anybody who's playing Shiranui or Mayakashi, but I may be able to find you one from a friend who loves zombies. You may get a generic zombie deck, though. So, let me see what I can find for you, bud. So, Traptrix Sarah is going to summon a monster here. So we're chaining the Maxi because we know it's a guaranteed draw. He's summoning the Dionea. Dionea on summon will target a Trap Hole card in the graveyard and set that target. I'm going to say that's fine. Reason being, we're going to pick this apart. So, still in the battle phase. We're now going to go to turn 2. Sorry, main phase 2. In main phase 2, we're going to activate the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. And we are going to draw another card here. But instead of adding a Ray or a Rose, what we're going to do is we are going to add... I think we add the multi-roll. I think for sure that's the play here. Or, what we could do... Artifacts. Okay, that's fine. So, we're going to add the multi-roll here. We're going to draw a card. Reinforcement of the army. Nice. So, we have more than enough spells in grave to be able to do this. We're going to activate the Metal Soul Fusion to draw a card here. We're going to have 6 cards in hand by the time this is done. So, we're going to do another multi-roll. That's fine. We're going to activate the 1 multi-roll. Before we do anything else, we want to threat with the Reinforcement of the army. We're going to start picking apart this board a bit. Doesn't have any tuners in graveyard. There's none on the field either. So, what we're going to have to do is we're going to summon out the Rose. We're going to add the Rose to hand. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to use the multi-roll, sending the Area 0 to the graveyard to special summon out another Ray. So, Ray special summons. And what we're going to do is we're going to go Shizuku. Shizuku in end phase will grab us a card, and we'll be able to set it off the multi-roll. So, set 1, set 2, and set 3. Gotta turn our toggle on just so we can make sure we can do the Shizuku play. End phase, Shizuku effect. We will add a Sky Striker spell card that we do not presently have in the graveyard. Look at all the cards we can set. We're going to grab the Widow Anchor here. Widow Anchor in hand in the end phase will activate. Does not matter what we target here, but we're going to target the Rafflesia. We want to take control of the monster? Sure. Not really a critical thing because the multi-roll is just trying to set the Widow Anchor to the field. So, we've got full back row. We know these two cards. It's Nightmare Trap Hole and it's Gravedigger's Trap Hole. That's fine. Reason being, the Shizuku is protected because we have the Eagle Booster. We play for a full another turn. There's nothing he can do. He can't out the Shizuku because we have the Eagle Booster. We also have a quick play negate and take. We have a graveyard negate. And we have a snipe, kind of like a DD Crow that activates. If we have 3 or more spells in grave, we can also special summon the monster that we banished in the graveyard. What we will do in the following turn, guys, is we will be able to, assuming we draw a tuner, be able to go into Accesscode and destroy everything. That's the priority here, to try to do that play. So he's got the Dionea. He's going to use the Dionea, trying to target either the Vesculo or the Mantis to special summon it to the field. I think we let the Dionea go through, but we're going to chain Called By here. Reason being, may be able to break this. We actually only have the 1 Link Monster in the graveyard, but the entire extra deck is Link Monsters. So, we're not negating the Dionea here. The Dionea goes through anyway. Instead, what we did was we banished the monster, and it was not there at the time of resolution. The Traptrix Sarah will now trigger to try to set we'll try to set a Trap Hole card. That's fine. This Trap Hole, because it was set by the Dionea, during the end phase of this turn, will be sent to the graveyard because it will not activate. It's okay, Lithgow. It's a common mistake. So is this making sense to you guys, first of all? You guys understanding how general concept works behind the Sky Striker deck? You never want to have a monster in your main monster zone because it does not let you activate your Sky Striker spell or trap cards. But I hope you guys are also realizing, too, that you want to make sure that you have at least 3 spells in your graveyard at all times. At the moment, we have 7. Everything on the field is minus 700 attack and defense. Now he's summoning an Allomeris. Allomeris is unaffected by trap effects while it has an Exceed material. It can also detach 2 to special summon a level 4 or lower plant monster or insect monster from the graveyard. So, what do we say to this? That's probably fine. Reason being, if he detaches, which he's going to do here, he's going to detach 2 material. He has to target. Actually, he does not have to target. Dionea cannot trigger here. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to activate the Shark Cannon, banishing what I believe is the Vesculo. Another thing about this too, this will put another spell card in the graveyard so that the Shizuku will always be bigger now than the Allomeris. And we still kept the Widowmaker. We do not want to special summon the monster we're banishing here. Reason being, it would stop us from having Sky Striker room to activate the Sky Striker spell or trap, Sky Striker spell cards. So, as you see, we've got 8 spell cards in the graveyard now. Everything on our opponent's field is minus 800. Thought he triggered the Dionea already. Setting Treacherous Trap Hole. That's fine. Come on, pal. Monster Reborn. Likely going to target the Diana here. And he may be trying to go for another rank 4 play. No problem. What I'm here for. I love that deck a lot. I thought I'd do better today in DK's tournament. For those who saw me on stream. Started out hot, then we got clapped on stream. People saw what deck we were playing, and went downhill from there. Oh no, did you really? No, I'm sorry you lost all your start chips. We were so close. If it was not for the Gamma sacking us there, we 100% would have won, because next turn we had the Fractal in hand. We would have made the Shurag, and he was in lethal range. We were so close. We were on the cusp. The Gamma actually just destroyed us there. I was distraught. So he's summoning Decode Talker here. Why? Well, Decode Talker can negate a card that targets. Oh, this is actually a smart play by him. That's fine. So, we know this card is a Nightmare Trap Hole. We know these two are both Gravedigger Trap Holes, and this is the Treacherous Trap Hole. So, I think the play here is to force him to have to tribute some of these cards. We're going to go Eagle Booster on the Shizuku here. In start step. He's letting this go through. Shizuku will be protected now from the Decode Talker. Trying to swing over. We will still take damage if he goes to the battle phase. And in the end phase, we will set the we will set the multi-roll, off the multi-roll, the Eagle Booster. And we will also set the Shark Cannon. Or we could set the Eagle Booster in the Engage. I think the Eagle Booster in the Engage is probably the better play. That's what we're going to try to do here. So, we took 900. No big deal. Took 1,000 previously. We're fine. We're in cruise control. This has to go to the graveyard. This card right here. Because he did not he gets banished because he did not activate it. So, what do we know we're playing through? Well, there's a Gravedigger Trap Hole here. Gravedigger Trap Hole here. This is a Treacherous Trap Hole. We're still fine. Multi-roll will trigger now here in the end phase. We can set 2. So, what are we going to set? We're going to set the Eagle Booster. We're going to set another card. We're going to set the Engage. And we're going to order them from left to right. So, randomizes the order. He doesn't know exactly what set where. And now, another thing to notice here. He left us a Link 3 on field. Can't respond if we try to take it. So, what we're going to do is we're going to set this multi-roll right here. We're going to try to make it so we cannot respond to our spell and trap cards. He's got the Max C. Well, he doesn't know we have an Ash. Sorry. He's going to Gravedigger Trap Hole here. We're going to take 2,000. Not the end of the world. We played through 1. What this also does is it baits out the Treacherous Trap Hole. We can now Eagle Booster safely. Eagle Booster on the Shizuku. Makes it unaffected by the effects of the Treacherous Trap Hole. We still take the 2,000 off the Gravedigger's Trap Hole, which is no problem. The Ash does not negate the Maxi. But we're willing to give him the challenge here because I believe we have lethal. So, what are we going to do? It's all right, bud. You can watch the video on demand. I'm gonna make sure to post this one. I'm gonna edit the Drytron video from yesterday down because it was tough. It was not an ideal way to play yesterday. So, what do we have here? We got a couple things. I want to snipe this Gravedigger's Trap Hole. So what we're gonna start by doing here is we are going to add the maneuver. Or what we could do is we could add. We've got another multi-roll. Huh? We try to dig for the other engage? Could be the case. A lot that can be done right here. Thinking what the better play is right now is to actually have the Hercules base. Reason being, and I'll show you. So, engage. We'll draw us a card. Gets banished. No big deal. We're going to activate the Hercules base. See you tomorrow, bud. So, activate Hercules base, targeting our Shizuku. Multi-roll will send the Herc base to the graveyard. And because it's sent to the graveyard by card effect, it will trigger in the graveyard to shuffle back Sky Striker cards in the graveyard. So we're going to put back the Kagari. We're going to put back the Ray. And we are going to put back the Shark Cannon. Exactly. Exactly. You want to make sure that the spells are always live. That's the key thing about Sky Striker. He also can no longer respond to the activation of our spell cards. So, we try to search the Kagari. If we try to summon the Kagari now, and a graveyard, or when an opponent's monster is banished, the Gravedigger will not deal with this, but the Rafflesia will. But we have the Widow Anchor for that. So, what are we going to do? We're going to summon the Hayate here, actually, and we're going to go to the damage step. Or actually, we're going to go Battle Phase. We're going to go Battle Phase here. We're going to summon the Hayate. Hayate, when it attacks directly, will swing for 1,500. Foolish Burial Sky Striker card. He's going to try to respond here. Yeah, like I said, I would be playing Upstart. I did not realize it was an ultra rare. I thought when I went into it, it was a rare. I was wrong. So, yeah, I'll say we'll swing directly for 1,500. We're going to go to main 2. Wait, why did it not let us? Did I miss the window on that? Did I just click no? Did I click no? Oh, I think I clicked no. Oh, crap. Shoot. Alright, well, we should have added the engage there. That's on me. So we gave him 1 card. Still okay. We've got the Widow Anchor. We've got the Effect Veiler. We've also got the Rose. One thing we could do right now. Take the Max C challenge and start nuking the board. It could be a play. Okay, we're going to take the Max C challenge. Because we screwed up, I'm going to do it this way. This is probably not ideal. Not the right way to play this. But we'll shit out of luck here. He will not be able to clear this on his own. That much I'm sure of. So, Halka Fibrax effect on field. Activates effect, special summon a spellcaster. Sorry, a level 1 through 3 tuner. Got something now. Got the Rafflesia. Sure. The Rafflesia will send for cost. He's sending the Time Space Trap Hole. We have the Widow Anchor to negate and take this. This is actually better for us. One less material that we need for the access code. He also will not kill his next turn. Reason being, deck does not shoot to kill. So, we're going to summon out the effect veiler. He draws a card. That's fine. Going to summon access code here. It's going to only go to 4,300, but it will be able to nuke his entire board. He also will not be able to respond to the summon of the access code. So we're going to play Protect the Castle with the access code here because we made the wrong play in the battle phase. So, access code talker, effect. Going to target the Halka 5 Rex. Going to go up to 43. He cannot respond at this point. So, we're going to banish the Suzuku. Pop the Decode Talker. Access code. Banish the Haate. Pop the Dionea. We know that this will be sent to the banished pile at the end of the turn because he set it off the Dionea. So, end phase, multi-roll will set Sky Striker spell cards. So we're going to set the Area 0. We're going to set another card. We're going to set the Herc base. And we're going to set the Shark Cannon. Again, this is not a deck that we're playing against that can lethal us. So, we can sit on this large access code. It should be enough. And I believe he's out of Dioneas at this point. We banished one earlier. He drew a card. He's got 6 cards in hand. We've got the Rose. He does not realize we have the Rose, even though we added it a couple turns ago. So, what does he have in the graveyard? He's got a lot of trap cards. That immediately tells us that he cannot activate the Treacherous Trap Hole. He's got the Mantis. Mantis is fine. Mantis on summon will add a Trap Hole card from deck to hand. But actually, a Traptrix monster. How are you, Godpier? So, Mantis will add a Traptrix monster. Going to add the Murmillo. That's a follow-up play for next turn. So what he's going to do right now is he's likely going to link this off into a Traptrix Sarah, the link one that we had to deal with earlier. He can't activate the Shade Brigade. Link for the list. Yeah, it's I will post it in a few minutes. Let me I'll post the screenshot. Link to the screenshot for you guys. It's also here in the sidebar. You guys will have it shortly. We'll do it after this game. So, like I said, he's going to link into the Traptrix Sarah. He has 7 cards in hand. We know he's got the Murmillo. We know he drew a couple cards last turn. But we're still fine. This deck does not kill. He's got the Parallel Exceed. Okay. So he's going to try to go for the rank 4 play. I still don't think he has enough to kill us. Parallel Exceed on summon will special summon a copy of itself, both at level 4. Rarity is this? Normal rare. Wow. Yes, I will send a link for the photo. So, what rank 4s could he play to out the access code? Well, there's a couple. One thing he could do is he could use the access code. He could destroy the access code using a card like Utopia. Utopia the Lightning. Boosts it up to 5,000, swings over the access code, and then he makes a Zeus. This is likely the play line that he's going for. He'll likely Zeus us and then set a handful of cards. He's actually going to scoop. I think he ran out of time. So, opponent surrendered. Maybe he doesn't have the extra deck to deal with this. We bought a free win there. We probably didn't deserve to win that. So, we tiered up. We're tier 2 Plat. What I'll do real quick is I am going to post the picture of the deck list. And this is the link for you guys. Let me know if this works. Sky Striker is a difficult deck. It has a high skill ceiling. Very high skill ceiling. One of the toughest decks to play right now in the TCG, and if you have success with it, you do get quite a bit of respect. There's a couple players out there. Gabe Vargas is one of them. Gabe Vargas, pro-level champion. He's won countless YCSs. He won Nats in 2019. Gabe thinks very highly of Sky Striker. He thinks people who can play Sky Striker probably better at the game than most people. There's a lot of intricacies with this deck, and I'm trying to explain them. Last game, even though we made a suboptimal play in the battle phase, we were able to recover and still be in a... And we're playing Traptrix again. Wow. Okay. So, off the bat here, I want to Ash this because I don't want him activating the Traptrix Sarah. If he has the Sarah and he has the Phantom Knight trap card, what happens? He gets a Murmillo out. Sarah will then set a trap card. We have the effect failure. He can't do any of that. So he's prioritizing the Sarah, as any good Traptrix player should. He's likely going to have a hand full of back row. There's one. Now, like I said, if this is and it is the Phantom Knight, see? So, what's going to happen here? He's going to special summon the Phantom Knight. Simultaneously, in a new chain link, he will trigger the Traptrix Sarah because he activated a normal trap card. This will special summon a Traptrix monster, but it's going to be immediately met with an effect failure. This also means that if he were able to summon another Traptrix monster, he cannot set a whole trap card directly from the deck. So we're only playing through 3 lines of disruption, potentially. Looks like he's only going to set 2 cards, which likely means that this is either another Traptrix monster or it's a hand trap. Now, as you see, we have the multi-roll. We have the reinforcement of the army. And we drew into the Ray anyway. Cool. So, what do we do now? Well, we're going to normal summon the Ray. Reason being, the Ray can swing and then tag out in the battle phase into Hayate to Foolish Burial, the Sky Striker, and Mobilize Engage. That is the primary combo starter, is the Hayate or the Engage. It puts the cards you need in the graveyard so that you can start building up your card advantage. Even in this moment right now, what he doesn't realize is that we can tag out. We're going to tag out into a Link monster that cannot be set by the Floodgate Trap Hole. He also probably realized that he has to do this right now because he cannot respond once the Link monster hits the field with the Floodgate Trap Hole. But Sarah will special summon a Traptrix monster because a normal trap card was activated. So, here we go. Sarah's going to summon. Likely, like I said last duel, the guys should have summoned the Murmillo. Reason being, Murmillo is a mandatory effect on summon. Even if your opponent controls no cards that he could pop, Murmillo has to activate, thus also triggering Sarah's effect to set a normal trap hole card from the deck. So, thinking long and hard about this. He may summon the Dionea, in which case the Dionea would set the Floodgate Trap Hole again. He's doing in that. He should have set the Murmillo. So, summoning the Dionea. Setting the Floodgate Trap Hole. Sarah's now going to trigger to set a Trap Hole card as well. So if he cannot activate this at the end of his turn, it gets banished. Not going to be able to activate this because we're not going to summon a lot during his turn. And we still don't know what this middle card is. So, he's got Chain Hole. Chain Hole. When your opponent activates a monster effect in response to a card or effect activation, negate the effect, and then your opponent can banish 1 card from their hand or deck with the same original name as the negated card. If they did not, we can banish 1 card from there. They banish 1 card from our hand at random. So, what do we do now? Well, we're going to go to battle phase. We're going to attack directly. We could have swung over the Sarah. I'm electing not to. I want to use the Hayate, get the most value at the moment. Again, this is not a deck that can really lethal us. So, engage. Send the engage. Main phase 2. I don't know what this is. Okay. What we're going to do is this. We're going to Kagari here. And add back the engage. He had nothing on he had no response to the actual summon. This appears to be able to go through. This may be met with an imperm right here. Letting that go through as well. Interesting. Now we could chain the rose if we wanted to. And that may be the play here. Reason being, if we clear the Traptrix Sarah, the rose will come back, also negating a monster. So, what I think we should do here is I think we should summon the rose. I think we should then go into Zeke. Zeke on summon will banish a card until the end phase of our opponent's next turn. We could banish the Phantom Knights, which then prevents him from going into Time Thief Redoer. So, I'm going to chain the rose. Rose will special summon if you special or normal summon another Sky Striker Ace monster. So, Rose hits the field in the attack position. Kagari then adds the engage to hand. So, priority passes back to him. He's got something that's clearly activatable. So fine. Now we go Zeke. We're doing this so we can free up our main monster zone. No, this card in his hand. No, because we stopped the Mantis. I think the better play here is to banish the Dionea. We're going to banish the Dionea. We're then going to go multi-roll. I want a reinforcement of the army here. Reason being, I want to get another raid to the hand in case of something happening next turn. So, raid to the hand. We want to activate engage. We want to search Ego Booster. We want to be able to protect the monster on our field. So, how many spells do we have in grave? It'll be the second spell. Okay. Grab the Ego Booster. I'm going to proceed to set the Ego Booster, and we're going to go into the Shizuku. Unless he rips into a level 4 monster, I think we're safe here. This one will get banished. I'm going to go to end phase. We want our toggle on. Priority passes to him. Multi-roll wants to set a card. Don't think we set the engage yet. In case he has the Murmillo. But we're not going to set the engage. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to Shizuku here. Shizuku will grab us a card that will break apart his board next turn. So, I don't need to add the Widow Anchor. What I think we add here is I think we add the Sky Striker Afterburners. If we have 3 spell cards in our graveyard, Afterburners will not only pop a monster, but it will also pop a spell or trap card that our opponent controls or that we control. So, we could go 2 for 2 there. We could go pop the Sarah if we wanted to, pop a back row. Especially one that we know is problematic. So, we know he's got Floodgate. We know he's got Chain Hole. We know the other card. No, because he did not reveal what this card was. It's another Phantom Knight. How does Chain Hole read? We want to make sure we play around the Chain Hole. When your opponent activates a monster effect in response to a card or effect activation, negate that opponent's monster effect. Okay. That's fine. We're still okay. Sarah will set a... Actually, Sarah will special summon a Traptrix monster here. He's summoning the Murmillo here. He's targeting the Eagle Booster. We're going to chain this. Reason being, it will trigger the multi-roll. Multi-roll will then be able to set a card in the end phase, assuming it's still there during the end phase. We could set the engage if we wanted to. Or we could set the Ego Booster again. Sarah will trigger because he activated the effect of a Traptrix monster. It will set a trap card from the deck. Setting Gravedigger Trap Hole. Gravedigger Trap Hole says when your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand or in the graveyard, inflict 2,000 damage, negate the effect. So he's going to rank 4 into Traptrix Gallimimus. This is fine. Going to detach 2. Target a insect or plant monster in the graveyard, special summon it. Sure. So he's summoning the Mantis here. Mantis will not get the effect because it's only when it is normal summoned. He also used both effects of Traptrix Sarah, so he gains nothing by targeting a set spell or trap card and bouncing it to the hand, because I believe the card set off the Dionea would get banished if it leaves the field. He's going to rank 4 into Time Thief Redoer. Got the Atrax. He can now activate Trap Hole cards straight from his hand. He also cannot negate the activation of normal trap cards. So what do we do here? Well, set this up to Sarah. We're going to activate the Ray. Reason being, it will play around the chain hole. Ray will special summon. It can tag out during our opponent's turn. Atrax will attack into the Ray. Ray will use its effect, tag out. What do we want to summon here? I think we want to summon the Hayate. Reason being, we can put another card in the graveyard. Or we could just go for Kaina and stop one of the attacks. So, Kaina effect on summon. Kaina will target the Allomeris. Allomeris can no longer attack until the end phase of our opponent's turn. So, the Allomeris can attack, but the Atrax can. Atrax will clear the Kaina for 300 damage. Sarah will then swing directly for 800. So, two things we can do here. And this is pretty nice. The Time Thief Redoer during our standby phase will snipe a card from the top of our deck. That's okay. But we have the Afterburners. We know this is the Chain Hole. We know this is the Gravedigger Trap Hole. And I believe this is the card he set previously off the Dionea, which was going to get banished anyway. Dionea set the Floodgate Trap Hole. He's going for the Caleria. Caleria will be able to set Trap Hole cards that activate face down again. Then during the end phase, he can target one Traptrix in his graveyard, special summon in defense position. He hurt himself here. Reason being, he could have done the Murmillo effect, but the Murmillo is currently equipped to the Time Thief Redoer. He could have popped the multi-roll. So, multi-roll is going to set. We're going to prioritize setting the engage here. Yeah, Traptrix is annoying. It's kind of like Eldritch. I like this a little bit more than Eldritch, though. Not as bad. So, Zeke will also summon back the Dionea that we banished. We got a full board now, but we're fine. Top deck Tornadrones. This will summon a Sky Striker Ace token from the hand. What do I think are the 3 strongest decks at the moment? I think any version of Tri-Brigade, I think Drytron, and I think Virtual World. Anything that can play Tri-Brigade, I think is viable. Anything that named Drytron, I think is viable. Anything with Virtual World is viable. They all have crazy effects. Virtual World has access to VFD. It's one of the strongest blowout cards in the game. Crazy. He stole the Cosmic Cyclone. That'll give him the ability to draw. So, obviously, Drytron is endless negates. The Tri-Brigade decks are just annoying. They just keep going. They keep going. They keep going. So, how do we want to start this? Well, we only have 2 spells in Grave. We need to do something. I want to set the Hornet Drones. Virtual World, they don't only have VFD. They have Shen Shen, which is a walking Macrocosmo. Really good card. We can't discredit that. So, I think Drytron's the better deck, personally. I really do think Drytron is the better deck. So he's going to chain the Redoer here. He's going to have to detach material to activate the effect. He's likely going to detach a monster and a spell card so that he can not only send the Redoer off the field, but also draw one. Or actually, it looks like he's just going to draw a card. That's fine. So, multi-roll is going to send the Hornet Drones. The sacrifice we were willing to make. And now what we're going to do is we are going to activate the Afterburners. He cannot respond to this. And what are we going to do? We're going to target the Sarah. Because we control we have 3 or more spells in the grave, we can also pop another card. We know this is a Chain Hole. Chain Hole does not do anything for us right now. So we're going to pop the Gravedigger Trap Hole that we knew about. Because we cleared a monster in the extra deck monster zone that our opponent controlled with, we can special summon the Rose from the graveyard. Rose on summon will summon, also negating a card on the field. All 1 card effect. So, going to turn off the Claria. Kind of nuts, right? What we can do now is we can make Accesscode and win. If he played a tuner, which he doesn't. The Tri-Brigade Birds is much harder. So, we're going to go for Hayate here. We also have not used our normal summon here, guys. I want to prioritize that as well to you. We have not used our normal summon. We're going to summon the Hayate here. We have the Engage. He cannot respond to the activation of the Engage. So we're going to not only add a card, but we're also going to draw one. So, we're going to add the Widow Anchor to hand, draw a card. We still have the Ray. We're drawing into Max C. Cool. Now, what I want to do is I want to do as much damage to him right now as possible. So, the Alamaris has no material. The Dionea doesn't do anything for him at the moment. We can clear 2 monsters if we do this right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go activate the Widow Anchor, stealing the Time Thief Redoer. He cannot use the effect because he already used it once this turn, and he's under the he's under the multi-roll. So he can't respond if he wanted to. So, what do we do now? Well, we're going to do this. We're going to go battle phase. Redoer will swing over the Claria. Hayate will swing over the Alamaris. Oh shit, I clicked attack directly. It's alright. It's alright. It's fine. Hayate effect. Send here. We're going to send the Shark Cannon so we can snipe a card from the graveyard. We're going to go main phase 2. Not going to use the effect to Redoer. We're going to link the Redoer off into a Zeke. It's not intuitive. Normally, you know, Noah's usually on the right side. So, Zeke on summon will banish a card until the end phase of his turn. I want to banish the Dionea. I don't care so much if Alamaris swings over the Sky Striker monster we leave on the field. Not that critical to me. And we've got the Maxi in hand. So if he starts special summoning cards, we got the Maxi to start drawing cards. In the end phase 2, we're also going to be able to set 2 Sky Striker spell cards. So what are we going to set? We are going to set the Shark Cannon and the Widow Anchor. Thunder Dragons are very good in this game, but I don't like playing Thunder Dragon, so I don't recommend it to people. But, well, anytime Colossus is at 1, Thunder Dragon is a competitive deck. There was a version on DK's stream tonight. If you want to go and watch the replay of that video, I highly recommend it. Thunder Dragon is still a crazy strong deck. So we're going to set as many cards here as possible. We're going to set the Ego Booster, and we're going to set the Widow Anchor. And we can set one more. Yep. So we're going to set the Shark Cannon. Gives us 3 spells, so we have 3 forms of disruption, plus we have the Max C in our hand. The Ego Booster will also make it, because we have 4 spells engraved, the Ego Booster will make it so the Shizuku cannot be affected by card effects other than its own. It also can't be destroyed by battle. And here in the end phase, we will search with the Shizuku. He clearly has something. He's got the Ash for this. That's one less card in his hand. We don't care that the Shizuku couldn't search, because that's one less card that he has to play with. That's one less card that we have to play against. We have card advantage right now. This is critical. Like I said earlier, Sky Striker gets in the grind game. It's so tough to beat. We just keep recurring the cards. You see how strong multi-roll is? There's a reason this card is at 1 in the TCG. The OCG is crazy. They have us at 3. I don't know why. So, he's switching Alamaris to attack position. He's going to try to deal some damage here. We don't care. Do not care. And the reason being, if he attacks, we Ego Booster targeting the Shizuku. Shizuku cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect. We will then set the Afterburners in the end phase, which will start popping his field again. This is the only card we have to worry about right here, is this trap card right here. We know the Chain Hole can't do anything to stop us because it has to be monster on monster response. He does not have anything right now that we could activate to in response to him activating a monster effect. So he's going to summon the Traptrix Matchup here. That's fine. Again, it's not enough. So, Shizuku is currently minusing everything on the field by 400 attack. Because we have 4 spells engraved, the Alamaris is barely big enough to beat over the Shizuku, but it does not matter because we have the Ego Booster to make the Shizuku unaffected by card effects. It also cannot be destroyed by battle. So, Alamaris will swing into Shizuku, nothing will happen. We will take 300 damage, though, which we're okay with. So, Ego Booster, target the Shizuku. Shizuku now becomes unaffected by all card effects and can't be destroyed by battle. And in the end phase, we will set the Afterburners, which will allow us to start dismantling his field. So, end phase. The card we banished off the Zeke will also come back, the Dionea. That's fine. So, set the Afterburners. We're going to set it in this column so that we don't play into the Imperm. This could still be an Imperm. And if he triggers the Sarah effect, we can have Maxi to start drawing more cards. We win next turn, in theory. So, top deck another Max C. Cool. We still have all the pressure in the world right now. He also has the Ash in Graveyard. Yeah, we win next turn. So, we're in our main phase here. We're going to start by shotgunning the Afterburners. We want to pop the Traptrix Sarah. That goes through. We're going to destroy a card. We're going to pop the set card that we don't know is Bottomless Trap Hole. It's actually really good. Glad we would pop that. We're going to special summon the Rose because we destroyed a monster in his extra deck monster zone by card effect or by battle. So, Rose will summon. We're going to negate the Alamaris. Not that it matters a whole lot. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, Raptor. Really do. So, where do we go from here? Well, I want to use the Mecha Multi-Roll to tribute the Rose to make it so that he cannot respond to the activation of our spell cards. And now we are going to activate Sky Striker Mecha Shark Cannon. We're going to take the Ash from his graveyard. Reason being, it's a tuner. We've got the Shizuku on field, right? So we can use the Shizuku and the Ash Blossom, which is a tuner, to summon out Crystron Halka-Fibrax. Halka-Fibrax on summon, as you'll see, will special summon the Effect Veiler from the deck. So, Halka-Fibrax comes out. Effect on summon. Give us the tuner. We're going to summon the Effect Veiler. Reason being, it is a spellcaster monster, which is the summoning condition for Selene, the Queen of Master Magicians. We're going to go Selene. Selene on summon will check both players' fields and graveyards for spell cards. She will gain spell counters equal to the number of spell cards currently on the field and in both players' graveyards. So, how many do we have? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. We only need 3. Selene has a quick effect. We will detach 3 spell counters. We will special summon a spellcaster from the graveyard or hand. So, we're going to summon back the effect failure. We are then going to go into Accesscode Talker. Accesscode Talker on summon. If the summon goes through, will not be able to be responded to. It is a you cannot negate effect. Accesscode on summon will target the Selene. It will gain 1000 attack times the link rating of the Selene. Selene is a link 3. Accesscode goes up to 53. We're in total lethal range now. We know this trap card is nothing. It's the chain hole that he set turns and turns and turns ago. So we're just going to start popping the field. Banish the Suzuku, pop the Alamaris. And he scoops. Like I said, the grind game against Sky Striker is near unwinnable. Because the recursion and the hand trap lineup, it makes it toxic to play against. Not as toxic as playing against Eldritch, because at least you can do stuff. You're not playing into skill drains. You're not playing into there can only be one, although Sky Striker can play that. We're not playing that in this build. We are playing strictly control Sky Striker. Now I'm going to pause the stream for just a second, guys, and I will be right back. All right, guys, we are back. So let me know in the chat real quick how you think the Sky Striker deck holds up. It is one of the most successful decks ever made by Konami. All right? If you look at the TCG top cut performance over the course of the entire game history, Sky Striker has won more events than any other deck. There's a reason why it is so widely regarded by the player base as being one of the favorites. You know, this deck is crazy. But with this ban list that's applied by Master Duel, we've got access to 2 engage. That's crazy. We have access to 3 multi-roll. This is stuff that we haven't had in the TCG for years. That's why I wanted to play this. So, we're going first. Now, we do not have the Ray here to start, and we don't have the multi-roll. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to normal summon the Rose. We're going to link into the Sky Striker Ace Shizuku. And we're going to set 3 pass. So, we're going to set the Cosmic Cyclone. We're going to set the Widowmaker. We're going to set the Shark Cannon. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. In end phase, we are going to search the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage because we don't have any Sky Striker spell cards in the graveyard. So nothing conflicts with Shizuku, and we're passing. We've got 3 degrees of interruption here. We've got a banish for spell and trap cards, so if he has a field spell, we deal with it. We've got a targeted negate. We will not be able to steal the monster because we have no spells in graveyard, and we've got a banish. So it's going to be like a DD Crow. We're playing against heroes. Okay. So, Vision Hero Ferris. Discard another hero monster. Special summon the card from hand. And if it's normal special summon, you can place 1 Vision Hero monster from your deck in the spell or trap zone as a face-up continuous spell card. We actually had a really good hand for this because the Cosmic Cyclone will be able to banish the Vision Hero that he sets in the spell or trap zone. So, Shadow Mist will use its effect to add a hero monster from deck to hand. Not the biggest issue in the world. So, now what? Well, he's adding the Destiny Hero Malicious. Destiny Hero Malicious will be immediately met with a Sky Striker Mecha Shark Cannon. So he's setting the increase. Increase says tribute a hero monster, special summon this card. From the spell of Trap Zone, we're going to chain Cosmic Cycle here to banish this. He will not get the increase effect to do that. He just went -2. He tributed a monster. He also lost this card. Sure, at the cost of 1,000 life points to us, but that's no big deal. Got the E-Hero. This is going to search Elemental Hero Stratos. Bingo. Look at that. Predicting his plays. So, Stratos effect. On normal summon, he will add a hero monster from deck to hand. I don't think we let that go through. I think we're going to Widow Anchor here. We're going to Widow Anchor to negate. Stratos will not search, and it will now go down to -200 attack. It'll minus its attack by 200 because Shizuku will have another spell card in graveyard. So next turn, the goal is to have 3 spells in grave for engage. He's got something that's activatable. Likely means it's Mass Change. Mass Change is a quick play spell. You send a hero monster from your field, special summon a masked hero monster from your extra deck. It's a 1-for-1. It's kind of like how Ray works. So, Stratos is negated. He's got the Mali in hand. Activating a Dusted Gold. You can discard this card, add a Dark Fusion, or a card that specifically lists Dark Fusion from your deck to the hand. That's fine. So, Dark Calling. Dark Calling says by banishing materials from your hand and or graveyard, you can special summon a fusion monster from your extra deck. We're going to say this is fine. The worst thing that he could do right now is summon a Malicious Bane, which, yes, is a threat, but does not win him the game outright. So, he's banishing the Dusted Gold. He's banishing the Ferris. He's going to summon a fusion monster here. So, here's the Evil Hero Malicious Bane. Malicious Bane says, level 5 or higher monsters must be special summoned with Dark Fusion. Must be special summoned with Dark Fusion. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. During your main phase, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to this card. Also, this card gains 200 for each monster destroyed that way. Also, the only thing that can declare an attack for the rest of the turn, except with hero monsters. And you can only use that effect once per turn. We say that's fine. So, he's going to use the effect, blow up the Shizuku. We're going to take some damage here. It's not the end of the world. Now, I don't think he has any hand traps. Reason being, he didn't have any last turn, and we've seen him add several cards to his hand this turn. So, we're going to let the 18 go through. We're going to let the 32 go through. Going to leave us at 2,000 life points. We're okay. Reason being, we're going to have the engage with 3 spells in grave. He has the Mass Change. All right, we actually lose here. We lose here because he had the Mass Change. I thought he had it earlier because it passed priority back to him. So, we're going to lose here because he had an OTK. Okay. It's going to summon out the Mass Hero Blast. Mass Hero Blast on summon will target a face-up monster opponent controls. Reduce its half. Attack him in half. Not much we can do about that. It's unfortunate, but we're bound to lose the game eventually. I'm going to chain this. So, we lost. All right. It's going to reset the counter. Let's start a new win streak. So, you saw, had he not had the Mass Change, we would have been able to win next turn. Reason being, we had the engage. It would have not only searched us a card, but it also would have allowed us to draw. The reality of playing against heroes, you're going to run into that. So 4 more wins and we're at Platinum Tier 1. But as you saw, even with just 3 spell cards, we were able to disrupt his play enough. So what's a good hand for Sky Striker? Well, you want to see Engage and you want to see Ray. So here's the thing, Raptor. We could have banished a hero card from the graveyard, but the difference there would have been that he could have sent the Malicious that he had in the hand off the Dark Calling, because it allows you to banish from hand or graveyard. So he still would have had the materials in hand to be able to do that play, and he still would have had the mass change. That's the catch-22 there, is we really didn't have anything going for us. So we've got the Reinforcement Army. We're going to search the Sky Striker Ace Ray here. We also have the Called By in case he was able to hand trap this, which he's not. So we're okay. We've got 2 hand traps. We've got a Called By the Grade. We got the Metal Foes Fusion to set. So what we're going to do is we're going to normal summon the Ray. Summon the Sky Striker Ace Shizuku. In the end phase, we will use the Shizuku to search the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. And we're going to set 2. The Metal Foes Fusion will be a bluff, and we're going to set the Called By to stop a card affecting the graveyard. What does that do? That lets us stop the Fractal. Lets us stop the Nerve Vault. Lets us stop the Kit, especially in that matchup. It also lets us hit the Golden Lord if we're playing against Eldritch. So this is going to go uninterrupted. We're going to get the Engage. We've got 3 degrees of interruption. If he clears the Shizuku, the Sky Striker Ace Ray will come back. Not a lot of decks can play through 2 hand traps. And we're playing against Pendulum Magicians. Okay. So, Curtain Raiser will special summon itself from the Pendulum Zone if we control no other monsters. If he controls no other monsters. So, gonna activate Pen Call. Pen Call, he's gonna have to discard a card, add 2 Pendulum Magician monsters with different names from the deck to the hand. We're gonna immediately meet this with an Ash Blossom. We don't want him getting advantage. So, Ash, Pendulum Call. Priority's passing back to him. He doesn't have anything. It passed right back to us. Ash will negate the Pen Call. So, what can he do now? Well, he's going to have the right Pendulum Scales in order to do something. He likely doesn't, and we have the Effect Veiler if he's able to go into Electromite. So, he's normal summoning Celestial Magician. We're going to say that's fine. It's not a threat to us in this moment. Like, during your main phase, if this card was normal, you can, based on the other monsters you currently control. During the end phase, add 1 Pendulum monster. That's fine. He's adding it during the end phase. That's not a threat to us. So, what do? Well, he's going to try to special summon the Electromite. I think that's his play here. Or what he may do is make a rank 4 play. There's no rank 4 except for Abyss Dweller right now that would stop us from getting the Ray back to the field. Even so, we have the Engage next turn to search the Ray. And he's going to link into the Electromite like I said he was going to. So, here's the play that he's going to do. He's going to normals. He's going to special summon the Electromite, adding a Pendulum monster from the deck to the extra face-up extra deck. This is going to be met with an Effect Veiler. Not going to have anything to respond to this. So, Electromite's going to be negated. This is the only copy of Electromite he has, folks. It's a 1 card on the ban list. So, by stopping this, we basically shut off all the access to his entire deck. Now, he's got the Mythical Beast Jackal. If this card is in the Pendulum, you special summon 1 Mythical Beast Pendulum monster from your face-up extra deck. He doesn't have any. So, what he's trying to do right now is he's just trying to get some spell counters on this. Gonna go to battle phase. He's going to swing over the Shizuku, which will then be met with Ray in the graveyard, special summoning itself back, and we will then Shizuku in the end phase to add another card to our hand. So, Shizuku dies, Ray comes back. Still in battle phase. We're gonna let that go through. He's proceeding to main phase 2. In end phase, Ray effect. Already passed him. He's got something. Is it called by? So, we're going to summon out the Shizuku. Reason being, we can add another card during his end phase because Shizuku was special summoned this turn. So, and we have no Sky Striker spell cards in the graveyard, so we can add anything we want. The Celestial Magician will trigger first, adding a Pendulum monster from his deck to hand. That's fine. Then Shizuku In a new chain, we'll add a Sky Striker spell card from deck to hand. What we're going to want to add here is the multi-roll. So, going to pass priority to us. Shizuku activates. Going to add the multi-roll here. Reason being, we can send the Metalfoes Fusion, make it so he can't respond to the activation of our spell cards. Then we can start looping our spell cards. All right, draw for turn. Effect failure. Cool. Right off the bat, what do we want to do? Well, we've got one spell engrave. It's the reinforcement of the army. About to have two. So we're going to go multi-roll. Activate the multi-roll in the Pendulum Zone column. This way it can't get infinite impermanence. He has the max C. I don't care. Because we're going to chain call by the grave here. It's going to negate the max C. If he had this during his turn, he should have chained it. I don't know why. He would have gotten at least 2 draws, although it would have been met by the call by then. So, what are we going to do? Multi-roll to send the Metalfoes Fusion. He just gave us free access to engage. He doesn't realize how bad he just screwed up. Boom. What are we going to do here? We're going to add the maneuver. Reason being, we can pop the Electromite, we can pop the Jackal King simultaneously. And we're going to draw a card. Area 0, cool. Activate Afterburners, popping the Electromite. Because we have 3 more spells engraved, we're also going to be able to pop the Jackal King. He can trigger the Chronograph Sorcerer, which will special summon itself. And that's it. So, we've got 5 spell cards engraved. What can we do now? Well, we can activate the Metalfoes Fusion to draw a card. Because when we go to activate Kagari, we will not be worried about removing too many spells from the graveyard. So what I want to do right now is I want to activate Area 0. I want to see if we can dig for another engage. We're getting a little greedy here, but it's because we're in total control. I'm going to set the Hornet Drones. We're going to target the Hornet Drones, revealing the top 3 cards of our deck. If there's a Sky Striker card among them, add it to hand. We reveal the Widow Anchor. That's great because when we summon our Kagari in a second here, we won't have to search the Widow Anchor. So, I'm going to summon the Kagari, adding the engage to hand. If I were him, I'd scoop right now. There's really no way he can win this. There's nothing he can top deck that says, oh, you win the game. It's just not going to happen for him. So, we're going to add the engage back to hand. And activate the engage. We're going to draw another card here. We're going to search. We're going to draw. So, engage. And we're going to add the Ego Booster. Yeah, we're going to add the Ego Booster. We're going to draw a card. And he scoops. See, we had too much card advantage. He had nothing. The other reason why we put the hand traps, I want to stress that as well. Sky Striker plays the hand traps because it wants to slow the pace of the duel down to a screeching halt. Because what it does is during the next turn, if you don't kill them, they likely have enough card advantage to start picking apart the board, slowly dwindling away your resources. So, you saw that there. Even opening a suboptimal hand, we still slowed the game pace down to a screeching halt. And that was with a bluffed Metalfoes Fusion. Deck is incredibly resilient. All right, we are going second. Yeah, this is a grind game. That's what this deck does. This deck wants to grind. It doesn't have a lethal play. There's no, bird combo where suddenly it's got a whole field of monsters and there's nothing you can do to play through it. What a top deck. First and foremost, great top deck. Our opponent passed on nothing here. It's a little worrisome. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to play it smart. We're going to activate the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, which he has no response to. Interesting. We're going to add the Ray here. Reason being, Rose is good, but we want to make sure that you always have a Ray in graveyard for the recursion effect. So, we're going to summon the Ray here. We're just going to go to battle phase first. Reason we go to battle phase first without setting anything is in case our opponent is playing evenly matched. He cannot activate Evenly Matched and do anything to us. So, the activates Evenly Matched. At the end of the battle phase, what would happen is we would get met with the Evenly Matched. It would banish everything that we had set during main phase 2. We don't want to do that. So, Ray effect now. Ray will trigger. And we're going to summon out the Hayate. Reason being, we want to put another card in the graveyard. So, Hayate will summon. Swing directly for 15. Desi's got something that's activatable. I'm not convinced yet. So, Hayate will trigger. It's going to foolish a card here. I want to foolish the... I want to foolish here. I want to foolish the Shark Cannon. Just want to play it safe. We're going to main phase 2. In main phase 2, we're going to summon Kagari. First and foremost. Do anything else. See if we can bait a hand trap here. Kagari on summon, as you've seen, will add the engage back to hand. He's got something. He passed back to us. Curious as to why. So, we've got the multi-roll. He had no response to the engage before, so clearly he's got something that can respond to monsters if he has anything at all. So, we're going to activate the engage. Engage will search us the Eagle Booster. Reason being, why the Eagle Booster? It's to protect the Shizuku that we're going to summon, so we have a follow-up play for next turn. So, we've got 2 spells engraved. We got the Shark Cannon, we've got the engage. We're going to summon the Shizuku now. And we're going to set 3 cards. We're not going to set the Hornetrones. Reason being, in the event next turn that we do not have a Sky Striker on field to start the turn, we need to make sure that we can summon a Sky Striker Link monster. He had the Imperm. Why did he not do this on the Kagari? Doesn't make much sense to me. We could have chained the Eagle Booster there, but I don't want to. Reason being, I don't want the Eagle Booster to be banished next turn when we go to set it. So, we're okay not searching off the Shizuku here because we have what I think is enough. We've got the Widowmaker, we've got the Cosmic Cyclone, we've got the Rose in hand for the Ray if it summons back. And we're going to pass on this. So, what are we going to do? We're not going to activate the Hornetrones. I want to set the Shark Cannon. We've only got 1 spell in graveyard, but that will quickly change. Shizuku will trigger. We're just going to trigger it just to bluff. Not going to go through. And here we go. He's got 5 cards in hand. Remember, he passed last turn with no combo. He had nothing. He didn't play any cards. He passed, keeping the Imperm in hand. So maybe he bricked really hard. Lightning Storm. Ouch. All right. So, a couple things we can do here. He's going to destroy spells and traps. He's playing a Go second deck. I don't know why he decided to go first. We're going to activate the Eagle Booster on the Shizuku. It'll make it so it's unaffected by card effects for the rest of this turn. But we're going to lose everything else, unfortunately. A lot of desires, okay. He's playing Zodiac. All right, so what he's going to do is he's likely playing Zodiac Tri-Brigade. I don't know why he didn't set up last turn if he had the Thoroughblade, although he may have just drawn it off of the Desires. So he's going to attack directly with the Borbo for 1100. We're going to take. He's probably going to summon Zeus. I like playing Cosmic over MST because it'll deal with the Eldritch cards. The Eldritch cards will also activate in the graveyard. So if you banish them, they can't activate in the graveyard. That's why I play Cosmic Cyclone over the MST. Also, for the Sky Striker Mirror match, you deal with the stuff that is, you deal with the multi-roll. They can't get it back from the graveyard. You also deal with the field spell, which then won't trigger because it's not hitting the graveyard. I think Cosmic Cyclone is a little bit better than MST, but it's also a personal preference. People may be playing MST because it's a free-to-play card. You get it from the Synchro deck at the start of the game. Both do about the same thing, though. So he's summoning the Chakanine. At the moment, he's got a 4-material Dryden. He's not going to go for Zeus here. He's got the Dryden. Dryden is a once per turn detach a material, target a face-up card on the field, destroy it. He is summoning the Zeus. Well, the 5-material Zeus. All right, so he's not using the Zeus effect here. A little bit smarter than I gave him credit for. So, what are we going to do? Well, we've got the Ray in graveyard. If he Zeus's, we get our Ray back. What I think the safe play is right now, and if this is a revolt, we're in trouble. I think it's a revolt. I want to force the envelope. I want to go for Hayate. We have no way of getting the engage back because, well, for starters, he hit the multi-roll, which hurts. So, we're summoning the Hayate here. Go to the battle phase. Not sure if this is winnable, though. Zeus is going to be tough to play through. It's going to be really tough to play through. Especially without the access to the engage. So, he's letting the attack go through. At least for time right now. We're going battle step, we're going damage calculation. Hit him directly at 1500. And activate the effective Hayate. Now, if we Foolish Burial card here, can't Foolish Burial the Hercules base because it has to be sent by card effect. So what I want to do actually is I want to send a copy of Rose. Bluff that we have something. So, main phase 2. I'm going to activate the area 0 here. I'm going to target the Hayate. Reason being, I want to see if I can draw a card here. Not draw a card, but, search a card. We can grab the engage, then I think we stand a really good shot to make a comeback victory here. He's burned through all of his Zodiac monsters. So, he's likely just playing Tri-Brigade Zoo. All we have to worry about now are the Tri-Brigade side of the deck. Gonna Zeus here. Not going to chain the Hornet Drones. Zeus will wipe the back row. Is it a revolt? It was a revolt. Why would he do that? I don't know. So, we're going to do the area 0 effect here. And we're not going to activate the Ray. Reason being, if he Zeuses us again, the Ray will trigger. So, we're going to summon the Ray from the deck. Now, what do I want to do here? I want to go into Kaina. I want to tell him that the Zeus can't attack during his turn. So, we're going to summon the Kaina. Boom. Kaina on summon, target the Zeus, tell it can't attack next turn. So, he can't attack with the Zeus until the end phase of his next turn. He's letting that go through. Cool. So, what do we do now? I don't want to go for Shizuku. Just want to pass. AC Zeus's. If he Zeus's here and he clears the Kaina, the Ray will come back out. He's out of Zeus material. Ray will tag out into Shizuku. Shizuku would add a card. So, he's got the Zeus still. I think we're fine. I really do, guys. The Zeus can't attack either, so it can't clear the Kaina. He has to rely now on the Tri-Brigade side of the deck to be able to do anything. But that being said, he does have 3 Beast Warrior monsters in the graveyard to banish off the Tri-Brigade if he can normal summon one. So we'd be immediately hit with a Rugal or a Doom Eagle, which then could be linked off into a Shirag to banish the Kaina. There's the kit. Okay. All right, so he's going to try to probably make a Shirag play here. It's going to be a close call. All depends on what we top deck here. He's going to banish 2, summoning out the Ferjit, or he will go Bear Brum. Going to summon out the Ferjit. Ferjit has the effect where it can special summon a Wing Beast, Beast Warrior, or Beast Monster from the hand, so long as it's level 4 or lower. So he's going to do that. What does he have? It means either there's a Fractal, he's got a Nerval, he's got another Zoo card in hand, or he's got a Karis. He has the Fractal. Fractal can't banish anything right now. So, we're okay. So, he's going to go Battle Phase. He's going to swing for some damage here. We're going to bait the Zeus. I don't want to play through the Zeus next turn. Summon the Ray. Actually, you know what? We lose the Ray here regardless. We're not going to activate this. We want to keep the Shizukus that we do have. Zeus can't attack. We'll take the 700 from the kit. He's likely going to summon Bear Brum during his main phase 2. Bear Brum using the Fractal and the kit. And then he'll link off the Ferjit and the Bear Brum to summon out an Appaloosa. At least that's what I would do. When he does that, he can chain block. Or he's just going straight for the Appaloosa. No Bear Brum. Maybe that means he only plays the 1 Revolt, or maybe that means that all of the Revolts have been banished off the Pot of Desires. So, he still has the Zeus negate. The Appaloosa we play into pretty well, actually. So, Kit will Foolish Burial a monster here. Likely the Nerval. Nerval, if he still has a Karis in hand, will search the in the deck, we'll search a Karis. So Ferjit will draw a card, look at it, decide if he wants to put that one back or a different one. So Nerval here, probably to add the Karis. To which he will have to discard a Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast from the hand to special summon the Karis. Although he does have material now to be able to use the Karis effect to banish by cheating it out. He's adding the kit, which likely means that he already has the Karis in hand. He's not using the Karis in hand. Okay. Alright. There's a lot we can do right here. All by the grave. Alright. Not the greatest play in the world, but it is a play nonetheless. So, we're in a pickle. We're running out of Sky Striker Link monsters that we can summon. We have the Hayate, we have the Shizuku. What I want to do right now is I want to use the Hornet Drones to bait the Zeus into thinking that we have something. We bait the Zeus, then we deal with the Appaloosa. Nope. He says that's fine again. Okay. So we're going to summon the token. Token summons with 1500 attack and defense. The reason for that is because we have 3 or more spells in the graveyard. Again, we don't really have a lot going for us. We need to bluff him into thinking we have something. So we're going to Hayate here. We go battle phase. Going for 1500 direct. Letting this go through. Kind of crazy. Really don't think we have anything to go here, so I think our best play is just to try to summon a Shizuku, which will be met with the Appaloosa. And end phase Shizuku effect. There's a lot of stuff we cannot add right now because he hit us with the... He's going to Zeus here. He's throwing away the Appaloosa. Also simultaneously triggering our Ray. Ray will summon. I think that's a bit of a misplay from him. I wouldn't have done it. He was in better position to just negate with the Appaloosa. But we talked about that. We wanted to make it weird for him. Now, we could win on a top deck if we're lucky. Engage gets us there. There's the Kit. Kit will likely banish 4, summoning out the Shurag, to which is an auto loss. Maybe it isn't. No, it's not. It's not an auto loss yet. It will hurt though. So we need to make sure we keep the Rose in hand. What the play is here is this: if he goes into the Shurag, Shurag will, non-targeting, banish a card on the field. We will chain the Ray immediately, tagging into the last Shizuku in our deck. If he banishes the Shizuku, which he will be forced to do, it will trigger the Ray coming back because a Sky Striker monster in our Extra Deck Monster Zone left the field. So we will protect ourselves from taking the full brunt of this 6,000 damage here. So we're going to chain. If he has... I mean, he's got nothing. I was going to say, if he had Called by the Grave, then we lose right then and there. So we're going to summon the Shizuku. Shurag has to banish a card that we control. We're going to summon the Ray. So we're playing defense. We're playing really crappy defense right now because we're totally out of Sky Striker Link monsters outside of the Zeke. But we don't lose this turn. That's the critical part. We bought ourselves another turn. That next turn could drastically change this. And the best part about it is he's out of Zeus negates. Out of Zeus board wipes. The Shurag can't trigger right now because he's got no Beast, Warrior, Beast, or Wing Beast to special summon. And the Kit can't do anything to us during our turn. So unless he has a Revolt that he can set, I think we're okay. He's going to summon the Almirage here. He's going to Foolish Burial with the Kit, likely sending another Nerval if he has him left in the deck. He does. So what does that mean? Off the Nerval here, he likely will be searching the Karis finally. We haven't seen it yet. If he's searching the Karis, likely what he will be summoning... And he's got the Fractal. I guess he doesn't have the Karis. All we need to do is 2,000 damage, guys. All we need to do. Deck failure. Ah, Jesus. Well, alright. That is actually a loss. Not the top deck we were looking for. But we bought ourselves about 3 extra turns that we didn't rightfully deserve. All he had to do was negate the Shizuku with the Appaloosa, and he would have won last turn. Instead, he decided to nuke the board with Zeus. But it's only our second loss tonight. Otherwise, we are 5-2 with Sky Striker. So, we're going to keep going. That was a wonky opening hand. We bought ourselves, like I said, an additional 3 turns that we really did not deserve. What we had wasn't good enough. He Zeused at the bad time. A good top deck would have been Widow Anchor. Widow Anchor would have been the perfect top deck. And the reason for it being, we already have 6 spells in Grave. It also could have been the Engage. But Widow Anchor would have been better. Reason being, it plays around the Ash. And what we would have done is this. We would have gone, Widow Anchor, taken the Zeus or the Shurag, likely the Zeus. So we would have stolen it. We would have then gone, normal summon the Effect Veiler, gone into Halka Fibrax, grabbed another Effect Veiler from the deck, gone into the Selene into Accesscode, and Accesscode would be at 5,300. Both of the monsters on field then are 3,000. All we had to do was an additional 2,000. We win with more than exact damage. So that would have been the play there had we top decked the Widow Anchor. The other way we could have done it too is if we had top decked a Shark Cannon. That would have also been it. Both of which were still in the deck. So we have the Ray here. We got the Max C. We got the Called By. And we have a Widow Anchor. So here's our opening play. Opening play, normal summon the Ray. Link 1, not using Race Effect, making sure you're Link 1-ing this. So we're going to summon the Shizuku. We're going to set the Widow Anchor in the Call by the Grave. The Max C is endless pressure here, guys. Every time it passes to him, it's going to pass back to us, and it says, holy crap, this dude's got max C. He's in trouble. So, we're setting the call by the grave. I don't care so much that the Shizuku gets ashed right here, because we still have the Ray. He's playing with one less card in his hand, and that also means that he doesn't have the max C, he doesn't have the ash for the max C next turn. So, we're going to draw a lot of cards. If the max C goes through, we also have the called by for a second ash if he has it next turn. So, priority passes to us. It doesn't seem like he has anything that's a quick play. At least not immediately. Or he may have his toggle turned off. We're playing the mirror match. He's going to banish the Ray here. This is big. So, he's going to banish the Ray here. Reason being, he doesn't want to clear the Shizuku and have the Ray come back. So, there's a couple things that happen here now. Alright? If he's got the Ray, we have to chain the max C. He's got the Ray. Okay, on the summon of the Ray, we are going to activate the max C. Reason being, he doesn't want to leave the Ray face up in the main monster zone because then he can't activate his trap cards. His spell cards, sorry, not trap cards. What we could also do to totally screw with him right now is we could activate called by banishing the Ray from the graveyard, but I don't want to do that. I don't. So, what we are going to do is this. We're going to save the called by for next turn when we activate the Afterburners to pop whatever Sky Striker card he summons. And then when he triggers the Ray, because we cleared the Sky Striker card that he summoned, we will then banish the Ray. So, he's summoning the Hayate. We're going to let him think that the Hayate is fine. So, what's going to happen here? On attack declaration, we're going to chain the Widow Anchor to the Hayate. The Widow Anchor will go through, negating the Hayate so it cannot attack directly, and it's going to crash into the Shizuku. He's going to have to trigger Ray right then and there. We're going to draw a card. Boom. He screwed himself. He shouldn't have done that. He should have attacked directly. He misclicked. He definitely misclicked. He also has the Widow Anchor. He wants to trade here. Do we say this is fine? We've got nothing going for us at the moment. We really don't have a play. But I want to draw some cards. So, we're going to let this go through. Knowing that he had the Widow Anchor, specific keys, you want to stop his Ray at all times. So you want to prioritize searching the Shark Cannon to banish his Ray from the graveyard. But another key thing is that you can use the Widow Anchor to take their Sky Striker Link monster and send it to summon your own Sky Striker Link monsters without triggering the Ray in their graveyard. So he's taking the Maxi challenge here. He's making a big mistake. He's letting us draw cards. So he's going to swing at the Ray. He's also going to tag out with the Ray in the battle phase to summon another Sky Striker monster. He can't grab the engage off of the Kagari because he wasn't able to send it off the Hayate. So he's going to have to grab it during his turn. Sorry, during his end phase with the Shizuku, which will then give us another card. But what we could also do too is now that we've drawn a card, it's not the greatest card in the world, right? He's going to Ray effect here. So he's not going to do anything. That's fine. He only wants us to grab the one card. And we top deck the engage. We play into the Ash Blossom here because we have the Called by the Grave. And we're in cruise control because we have card advantage. So, first and foremost, what do I want to do? I want to activate the engage. I want to force him to have to use the Ray. So, toggle goes back to him. He's got the Ash. We have the Called by for the Ash. Chain. Banishing the Ash Blossom. That's one card in hand. It can't be infinite impermanence because he would have set it. And he can't activate it from the hand because he will always have a monster on field this turn. So the engage will go through. We're going to grab our own Ray again. So we have 3 spells in grave. I'm going to activate the Afterburners. He has to Ray here. He has to chain the Ray here. Ray will summon out likely the Hayate. If he's dumb, he summons the Shizuku too early. He played it right. He summoned the Hayate. So, what happens now? Well, we're going to normal summon the Rei. We're going to summon our own Hayate. Hayate will Foolish Burial card, then we will go Kagari. So, priority just kept with us. It didn't go back to him, which means he doesn't have effect failure. Hayate Foolish a card, add the Engage back in main phase 2, and then we're going to start picking apart this board. So, I'm going to go battle phase. Hayate swing directly for 15. Boom. That's killer. Hayate effect. We're not going to fuck up this time and misclick it. So, what do we want to send here? Well, doesn't really matter what we send. But I think the best play to send here would be the... We got the Widow Anchor in graveyard already. So, what do we think about here? We're going to add the multi-roll. Off the Engage. We're going to activate the Herc base to set the Widow Anchor. I think it's okay if we Foolish Burial a field spell here. We just need to get a card in the graveyard. Need another one. So, main phase 2. Summon the Kagari. I think what you should do is... Are Sword Soul... Is Sword Soul out in the game? Did I miss an update? Guys, let me know if I missed an update. If Sword Soul's out, then we're really... No, it's not. Okay. So, what I would do then is I would pick one deck for now. The 10-Yi stuff you will need for Sword Soul. It is relatively cheap to craft. I think there's only 2 super rares and maybe 1 ultra rare. Craft those now. This way you have them for the future. But I think you're fine. Although, Sword Soul is going to be immediately meta relevant on release. I'm going to be playing that the day it releases. You bet. Like, that's a fact. No way around it. I'm playing that deck. So, what do we do now? We're going to activate the Hercules base. And we're actually going to equip it to the Hayate. Reason being here, we're going to put the Kagari back. So, do I have a list of stuff to craft? Absolutely, yeah. Mib Nation, we're gonna talk about Sword Soul then at the end of the stream. If not, I can PM you it later tonight. I saw you PM me yesterday, so I'll get back to you on that. We're going to summon the Shizuku. And because we equipped the Hercules base to the Hayate, what we can do is we can we can multi-roll here, send the Herc base by card effect, tributing the Herc base. If we equipped it to the Kagari and link summoned, it would not have gotten its effect. So now we can put back our Kagari and our other 2 Shizukus, essentially replenishing our extra deck. We have the effect failure. Stuff like what? Staples? Yeah, so you should be crafting right now cards like... So go to your, Master Duel, search 10-Yi. The cards you should be crafting right now, I'm going to put in the chat. You want to search Heavenly Dragon Circle. These are the cards you want to be crafting. Heavenly Dragon Circles. Vessel of the Dragon Cycle. Shaman of the 10-Yi. Monk of the 10-Yi. And I'll get to the rest during his turn. So, what are we going to do? We don't need to special summon anything else. We're going to go to end phase. Our toggle is on. Multi-roll has to set first. That's fine. It's just the reality of things. We're going to set the Widow Anchor here to steal during his turn. We also have the effect failure. Shizuku will now search too. Shizuku is going to banish his Rei. So we're going to search the Shark Cannon. Reason being, we can still trigger the Shark Cannon during our end phase to banish his Rei, so if he crashes the Hayate, he gets no value out of it. He would have to send Rei off the Hayate here. He's got 1 card in hand. I'm not afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of in this moment. We're in total cruise control. Alright? So, a lot going on here. If he tries to go to battle phase straight with the Hayate, it's going to be met immediately with an effect failure. That's the reality of where he's at. And in the end phase, we get back the Engage. It was a masterclass right here in playing the mirror match. We have so advantaged here with our cards that he really should just scoop. There's really no way. He knows he's got the Widow Anchor. He doesn't know this effect failure in our hand. But if he tries to summon his Kagari to add back the Widow Anchor, it'll be met with an effect veiler. And then in end phase, the Shizuku search will be negated with the Widow Anchor, which will then set the engage for our turn. He's also got no Ray. He's in trouble. So, jumping the gun here. He's going to link off the Hayate. I think this is a bad call. He's going for... And he screwed up. He put the Kagari in the main monster zone. That's not what you want to do. So you know what I'm actually going to do here? I'm going to chain the Widow Anchor. Reason being, he can't get anything here, and we're going to steal this. It does not matter because we don't need to activate any more Sky Striker spell cards this turn. And the best part of all is if we clear the Kagari next turn. So, also, best thing too here. When turn passes and the Kagari goes back to him, it goes back to the main monster zone. That also locks him out of the Sky Striker spell cards. So right now, the only way our friend here could continue to play is if he has the Hornet Drones. Okay, so be it. Hornet Drones will summon a Sky Striker token. He's going to have to either Hayate here to put a Ray in the graveyard or just go straight for the Shizuku. I think he's going to go for the last Hayate. Yep, it's the last Hayate he has. When he goes to the battle phase, what we're going to do is we are going to effect veiler the Hayate. So end of the main phase, effect veiler on the Hayate. This forces him to have to go skip the battle phase and go straight to the Shizuku. Because if he crashes the Hayate, he loses the Hayate. He will not be able to send the raid to the graveyard. And he still gets the Kagari back in the end phase in his main monster zone. He's electing to not do that. So he went to battle phase. Now he has to go to main phase 2. He has to summon the Shizuku. There's no other way he can play. He has to summon the Shizuku. But the Shizuku in end phase will get him the engage. But we win next turn. So, end phase, Shizuku triggers first because he has turn player priority. He's going to add the engage here. I'm convinced we win next turn. Multi-roll will trigger, setting our own engage. So, next turn, we're going to go +3. We're going to draw once for the turn, and then the engage will be able to draw and search a card. Not to mention, we can also still go Hayate because we put back our Kagari. So we can go Hayate, summon the last. We can summon the Hayate, Foolish Burial the other engage, search it back with the Kagari. We're going to get so much card advantage here. He doesn't know what's going to hit him. So, engage activates. We're going to lose this engage, but we're going to draw. We're going to search and draw. So, what are we going to search? Well, I think it's time to search the other Widow Anchor because we're going to grab the Eagle Booster at some point. So, Widow Anchor to hand here. We're going to draw. Rose to hand? Not the best draws. So, what does he have in graveyard? He does have 3 spells in grave. He's out of Hayates. This is his only Kagari. So, when he activates that engage, he's not getting the engage back. Especially, too, because we have the Cosmic Cyclone to meet his multi-roll. So, what I want to do right now is I want to go Hayate. Hayate will summon. We're going to go to the battle phase. We're going to swing directly for 1200. Attacking our opponent directly. I fucked up. Oh, shit. I need to stop right-clicking. Oh, I screwed up there. Oh, that's pain. I shouldn't have done that. Crap. We bought him a turn. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright, well. I think we're still fine. What do we do here? The Ashen. We go for the access code now. That's the play. So, what we're going to do, we're going to summon the Kagari. Yeah. The extra right click indeed. So, Kagari effect, activate. We're going to add the Shark Cannon to hand. Why the Shark Cannon? I'm going to steal the Ash Blossom from his graveyard, and we're going to make Accesscode popping both of these monsters. He's got no Ray in graveyard to summon back, so I'm not afraid of that. And we're going to be able to set the Shark Cannon again in the end phase. So, Shark Cannon here. Give me this. Special summon it. Going to make Accesscode. It's going to be a big as hell Accesscode again. Going to have 3 cards in hand. He's going to go to 4. We bought him an extra turn. I'm not thrilled that we screwed that up. I'm really not. No, he's got no hand traps. I'm the effect veiler. Oh. The second time tonight we've done that. So what should I have done? I should have sent the engage. By sending the engage, we would have been able to add it back with the Kagari, and we would have drawn an additional card. We also still would have locked him out of this because we would have broken apart his board by searching the Shark Cannon off the second engage. By searching the Shark Cannon off the second engage, we would have still done the Accesscode play, destroying both of these. So next turn, all he has the engage to really look forward to. The difference here is that we're missing 2 cards. That's the real catch-all here, is that we traded this crappy play for a play that would have been an additional 2 cards. Free snow. Like Fairy Tale Snow? Are they playing that in Tri-Brigade? So, Accesscode here. Targeting the Selene. And go up to 5,000, but really it's 53. It's only being minus 300 by the Shizuku. Gonna banish the Hayate. Oh, Ash. I was like, snow. I was like... So, we're gonna pop the Shizuku. Accesscode effect. Banishing the Hulk. Popping the Kagari. So, what do we do now? We're going to set these 2 cards. Does not know what they are. In end phase, we will be able to set 2 cards. So, just want to check real quick what we have in our graveyard before we do anything. So, we got the called by. Alright, so we're going to have enough spells in grave. I want to put the field spell back. I want to put the Shark Cannon. Reason being, the field spell can help us draw into stuff next turn in the event that he's able to start popping some stuff. So, there's the Shark Cannon. There's the Cosmic Cyclone. There's the Widow Anchor. He's going to go to 4 cards in his hand because he's going to draw and he's going to resolve the engage. He has to summon Ray here, guys. I really want to prioritize that. He has to get the Ray, and in doing so, he will not be able to have the Eagle Booster come to hand. So we steal exactly... Yes, so here we go. He's going to engage, like I said. I'm going to hold off on banishing the Ray. The only other play that he could do too is he could search the Eagle Booster. Yeah, exactly. The next turn, assuming we survive, we have lethal. So, there's 2 plays he can do here. He's electing to add the Afterburners. He's going to try to pop the multi-roll, which is fine. He'd be dumb not to. That's fine. He should pop the multi-roll. He didn't pop the multi-roll. Wow. That's a misplay. That is an absolute misplay. So he's going to summon the Rose. We're going to negate and take this immediately. This is ours. This is communism right now. This is our Rose. You can't chain an Eagle Booster to protect this. Yeah. The only thing that he could have right now to win this is a Shark Cannon. I want to make that very clear. The only play he has right now is a Shark Cannon to win this. Because when he gets the Rose back next turn, what happens? It's in the main monster zone. He can't activate the Sky Striker spell cards he's got. What do? Well, we've got this. And a Rose in hand. We've got plays next turn. He also has his Kagari in graveyard. He's got the Monster Reborn. He's going for our Kagari to add the engage back. We're in a little bit of trouble here. Or he could add it back his own, and he can special summon back his own. I don't recommend playing Monster Reborn in Sky Striker, personally. But this is where we're at. So, whatever he targets here, assuming he targets his, we have the Shark Cannon to negate. That's the key part. I hope he targets his own. Still think we're fine. I still think we are fine. If we see him on the engage, search the jamming waves, what we will do is we will chain, banishing a card from the graveyard. He's targeting our Ray. And he scooped. I think he ran out of time. Connection failed. Okay. Well, he targeted the Ray. He should have targeted the Kagari. It probably would have. We misplayed there, and it almost came back to bite us, but we ended up winning. Save that duel as an example. So 3 more wins to Plat 1. All right. So as you saw there in the mirror match, the key thing is to play keep away with his Link monsters, because if you play keep away with them, he gets them back in the end phase. In his main monster zone, he cannot activate any of his Sky Striker spell cards. That's how you win in the mirror match. Prevent your opponent from activating your Sky Striker spell cards. Start picking away at their board. Slowly over time, you start out advantaging them by playing your engage. Response from the game server. Huh. All right. Well. So we want to go first, like always. There is a go second version of this deck. It was very popular when Dragoon was a real candidate in the TCG, especially for the Drytron deck. No longer necessarily the case. We bricked. Wow. This is not supposed to happen. So what are we going to do? We're going to set both of our Shark Cannons. And we're also going to set... I think we're just going to activate the multi-roll. We're bluffing hard here. We need to pray we draw into a Ray. This may be a loss. It's likely going to be a loss because we have no play here. So, draws for turn. Lightning Storm, that's a loss. We rocked right into a go second deck. It's likely somebody who bought the bundle, who threw the one Lightning Storm in there, and we just got sacked because of it. Happens. Happens a lot. Alright, so. What happened? Going second? Was likely. Yep. All right. Going second. Goal here when we're going second is to draw a hand trap. Preferably Maxi and Ash. We have the Effect Veiler. What spell cards do you have in this? What draw spell cards? Well, the Engage for 1 and the Metalfoes Fusion. What you can also do in the Sky Striker deck is play the Pot of Prosperity, but it directly conflicts with the Engage, and I would not do that. I would not do that at all. We're playing against Tri-Brigade. He's going for the Karis, likely pitching a kit. What'd I say? I know this guy's deck. So, what are we going to do now? Well, he's going to kit Foolish Burial and Nerval. Nerval will add a Fractal to hand. When he goes to activate the Karis or the Fractal, we want to Effect Veiler then because he has to banish for cost. We also do not care next turn if he has the Revolt. Reason being, we have a quick play negate. with the Widow Anchor to stop the Shirag from banishing whatever we have to go with. So we've got the Engage, we got the Ares here, we've got the Shark Cannon, we got the Effect Failure. So really good going second hand, actually. What kills us right now is if he has Imperial Order, which would be the case. It would suck. It would absolutely suck if he's got the Imperial Order. I would be playing Upstart Goblin Bee Healer, but I don't have the dust to generate it right now. Otherwise, I would be playing it. I may have mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. But we also are 6-3 with this deck without the Upstart Goblin. In the TCG, though, I do play Upstart Goblin at 1, where it is legally only at 1. Like I said, I would play it at more, but, you know. And this, we can play it at 3. I'm going to prioritize crafting 3 of them. But I spent last night building Drytron for you guys to play on stream. And obviously, I've been playing Bird Deck heavy. You guys know me as the Pigeon Man, right? So, that's where we're at. He's got the Whiptail. He's got the Karis. He elected to not summon the Fractal. What he is going to do here is he's probably going to use the Whiptail to summon out Tiger Mortar and to sit on probably a 3 to 4 material Dryden. So, summons the Tiger Mortar. With Zodiacs, you play with 1 card Exceed monsters. It's one of the most broken decks to come out ever. Reason being, it's free Exceeds. So long as you're using a Zodiac monster as the only Exceed material, you can summon a rank 4 extra deck monster, Beast Warrior, by ignoring its summoning conditions. Crazy. So what you can do is you could stack up a huge Trident. Back in the day, there was a combo with this deck in Norden using Fusion Sub, where you would draw 4 to 6 cards per turn, and still end on a Trident and other stuff. So he's summoning the Chakanine here. Now it's got 2 material. He will likely not be summoning the Borbo. Reason being, he wants to have the ability to Zeus during his next turn in the event that it goes that route. But again, this doesn't really hurt us that much. Actually, what he's doing, he's foregoing that. He's just going to summon the Ferashit. Ferashit has the effect. It will special summon a level 4 lower winged beast, or Beast Warrior. Likely the Fractal that we saw him search earlier off the Nerval. Reason being, he wants to put either the Appaloosa or the Shirag on field. So what he's going to do is he's going to use the Fractal, banishing material from the graveyard, summoning out the Bear Brum. With the Bear Brum, he will be searching for the Revolt. But little does he know that we have the perfect hand for this. We have a great hand for this line of play that he's taking. The only thing we lose to right now is an Imperial Order. It's the only thing we really lose to. Everything else we can play through. So, here's the Bear Brum. Bear Brum, when sent to the graveyard, will let you add a Tri-Brigade spell or trap card from deck to hand, and then you place another card from your hand on the bottom of the deck. You could also put the Revolt back, but he's not going to do that. So what he's going to do is he's going to link 4, likely into the Appaloosa like we just said. Appaloosa will either be 3 or 2 material, depending on if he wants to leave the Fractal on field. And in doing so, he will draw off the Ferashit, chain blocking the Bear Brum. Because at the moment, he doesn't know we have the Ash, which we don't. So he's going to summon a 3 material Appaloosa here. He's going to go Bear Brum Chainlink 1, Ferashit Chainlink 2 to chain block if he's smart. It's not going to punish him right now if he doesn't, because we don't have any hand traps. But if we had the hand trap, he would be punished hard for this. Because he would have to burn an Appaloosa negate, and then Array alone beats over the Appaloosa. Because we could link it into a Shizuku or a Kagari, which would be bigger than the Appaloosa, swinging over it. So, he did it right. He Ferashit first. So he's going to look at his hand, decide, I'm going to put 1 back. Now, Bear Brum is going to do the same thing, except it's going to be adding the Revolt. So we're only going to have to play through 2 cards right now. So there's the Revolt. He's going to have to put one of these cards in his hand back. He put back the Revolt. Maybe that means he has another one. He's activating the Pot of Desire. He's going to draw 2 cards here. Maybe he's got 2 Revolts in hand. So setting the card. I think this is a Revolt. This may be Imperial Order. If it's Imperial Order, I'm going to cry. Right now, it's the only thing we lose to. Called by the Grave. Pretty nice stuff. So, right off the bat, we need to engage here. We need to get a Ray to hand. So, he's got nothing. Ray comes to hand here. Now, why do we do that? Well, there's two reasons. What we're going to do is we're going to activate Area 0. There's an interaction here that I want you to pay very close attention to. Very close attention to. Area 0, when we use its effect last turn, has to target a card, correct? Yes. It does not have to be on the field at the time of resolution. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to Area 0, target the Ray. Ray will then use the effect to tag out. It will bait the Appaloosa, which will then be met with the Widow Anchor and allow it to continue to play through. And the Area 0 will resolve, letting us look at the top of the deck for a card. So, he has Appaloosa right here. Bingo. Got him. So, what happens? Widow Anchor. Negate. Appaloosa goes to 0 attack because its effect is giving it the attack boost. He has something that's chainable. We know it's the Revolt. This is good for us. This lets us get the opportunity to look for another Widow Anchor. And on top of it, get the engage back to hand. So, what are we going to do? We're going to Kagari here. In a fresh Chainlink, Kagari will trigger his Chainlink 1. Area 0 resolving backwards now. Revealing the effect veiler. Grabbing the multi-roll. So we got a card. We got a free card there by trading the Widow Anchor. Kagari on summon will add us back the engage. You know what this board does now? He has to revolt. He's going to imperm here. That hurts. That actually does hurt quite a bit. So he had the imperm. I'm really not that scared. At least for right now. We clear the Appaloosa. He's going to summon out the Shurag. We've got the Called By to stop the Nerval from resolving. What I want to do is I want to activate the multi-roll. I want to force him into doing some plays. Some really wonky, unconventional plays. We're going to punish him hard here. He's going to have nothing left at the end of this turn. So here's the revolt. Sure. What about Almirage on Tri-Brigade? You talking about my Tri-Brigade Luceric deck? Yeah, I've gone back and forth with people. I think Almirage is decent, but I like having the second Shurag as the flex. I did, if you look at the pin list in the Tri-Brigade Luceric Discord chat, you will see that I put what I think is the flex spots where you can substitute particular cards for. In my particular mind, I don't like Almirage that much in the deck. I know a lot of people do. You do it for when you only have the Nerval, but with the birds, you realistically always have something. So he's summoning out the Ferjit. He can't summon the Bearborn because he didn't legally summon it the right way. So what he has to do is he's going to summon the Nerval, he's going to summon the kit, he's going to summon everything here. He's going to go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Chainlink 3. We're going to hit the Nerval with the Called By the Grave. Reason being, he's not going to have anything next turn. So, Shurag here is going to banish something. Likely going to be the multi-roll. If he's smart, it's the multi-roll. So, Chainlink orders. Nerval's Chainlink 2. 3. Crazy. Hit Chainlink 4. Alright. So, here's what's going to happen. He thinks he's going to get the Nerval search here. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to actually Foolish Burial card, like a dunce. And he's going to draw a card, look at it, and then have to decide if he wants to put it back or not. So he's really not getting the plus that he thinks he's getting out of this. And he's going to banish the Kagari, because I think doesn't realize what's going on. So, if he banishes the Kagari, we get the Ray back, we clear the bow. And then in the end phase, the multi-roll will set the Widow Anchor, and we win the following turn. So, Nerval's negated. Ferjit's going to draw a card. He's going to look at it, determine if he wants it or not. And what is Shurag going to banish? Summon, he banishes the multi-roll. That's the right play. But, again, we're going to punish him for it. So, what do we do now? What I want to do is I want to summon the Kaina. I want to tell the Shurag that it can't attack next turn. Boom. And you know what else I want to do? All the material in the world in the grave. I don't want to hold the Shark Cannon. So we're going to summon the Hayate. Reason being, we're going to summon the Rose. You know what? I spoke too soon. I think we're fine. So what we're going to do here is battle phase. No, I did it. Oh, shit. Did it again. I did it again. Crap. The one time I don't right click. Son of a bitch. Alright, well, we're going to attack directly. We're still fine. Tate's going to foolish here. We want to foolish. We want to foolish the Rose. And I'll explain the reasoning. I think we got a little overzealous by threatening with the multi-roll before. What we were supposed to do is we were supposed to swing the Hayate into the Appaloosa. In damage calc, it would have sent the Rose, also triggering the Rose, which would have summoned, allowing us to summon out the Zeke, banishing the Shurag until the end phase of his next turn. Yeah, I need to start dragging. So, what I'm going to do, we're going to activate Shark Cannon in battle phase. We're going to summon the Fractal. It doesn't really matter what we summon here because it's just going to leave the field anyway. So, Fractal. Still in battle phase. Fractal can't attack. That's fine. I'm going to link 2 using the Fractal into the Hayate. Banishing the Shurag from the field. So, we don't have to worry about the Shurag banishing our Area 0. He gets the Shurag back, though, at some point. That's the sucky part. But we're going to go with the Suzuku here, and we're going to get a card. We're going to search in the end phase. So, end phase, Suzuku. What do we add? What do we add here? Well, first we want to add another Widow Anchor. No Widow Anchor. Multi-roll, but the better play is to add the Hornet Drones. This way we have a monster we can summon next turn. The Rays should come back, mind you people. And the Appaloosa is totally turned off. The Appaloosa is worthless now. Totally useless. He can't do anything with the Appaloosa. We don't think he has any Tri-Brigade monsters in hand either because he wasn't able to resolve the Nerval, which would have added a Tri-Brigade monster. So he's sitting here on a prayer. He's literally sitting on a prayer right now that he has a Tri-Brigade monster. Or a Zodiac monster. Although I will say this, Revolt does win him the game. But the thing about Revolt is that he's likely playing it at 2 or a 3. If we were to look at a Tri-Brigade Zodiac deck right now, you'd probably see it at 3. He also did Pot of Desires, so his odds of banishing some stuff, pretty high. He's got the Pot of Desires again. He's really digging here. He's going to have 7 cards left in the deck. Do we think he still has a Revolt? I don't know. But if he top deck a Tri-Brigade card here, we're in trouble. If he top deck a Zoo card, it's not the end of the world. I want to stress that. If he top deck the Zoo card, it's not the end of the world. Reason being, we summon the Ray back, activate Area 0 next turn, doing the same combo again that we did this turn. He has the Karis, he has to pitch another card. He's likely going to summon another Shurag here. This is actually trouble. So, I think he's out of Tri-Brigade monsters now. Reason being, got the 2 Fractal in Graveyard. He's got the kit. You'll likely only play 2 or 3 kit. Nerval's a 3 of, but he has 24 cards banished. What do we know he's got banished? The other Nerval. Got the Shurag banished. Got the Karis. Here comes the Shurag. Shurag out and summon will banish a card on our field. Likely banishing the Shizuku. No. No. Okay. So, there's 2 things he can do here. He could link off the Shurag, the Karis, and the Appaloosa into a link 3, likely a Rugal, so that he can summon back the Shurag during our turn. In the process, he would search a Tri-Brigade monster, which, if he has any left in the deck, would summon a double Dragon Lords. Instead, what he is going to do is he's going to threaten us with Zeus here. He can't lethal with what he has. So what he's going to have to do is summon the Ram, summon the Borbo, then summon the Trident, making a Zeus with 3 material. Unless he plays down a Magician. Because if you remember, he used the Tiger Mortar, he used the Chakanine, and I don't think most decks are using the Hammer Kong. Chakanine is in the graveyard. So, he's going to attack with the Borbo for 0. We're really not going to take a lot of damage here. And the Ray will summon back, so we have plays still. By doing this, he can't Shurag us next turn. So all we have to play through is the 1 Zeus, which we do with the Hornetrons. But again, it comes down to another God tier top deck because we flubbed it with the multi-roll. So here's the Trident. He's actually not going to attack directly. I don't know why. He could Shurag here. Remember, if we also clear this, we summon the Rose. And then make a link 2. What wins us the game next turn is a hand trap. Reason being, we can make the Accesscode play. Another thing that wins us the game next turn is an Engage. These are the cards we're looking for, people. Another potential card that could win us the duel would be the Field Spell. What does not win us the duel, at least in my immediate mind, would be a multi-roll. Although it would be very beneficial. But the only reason I say that is because he's going to threaten us with a Zeus here. Although the Trident's going to be in trouble. Trident's not going to be able to attack. I don't think he realizes that. I don't think he realizes the Trident's going to be able to attack. It's not going to be able to attack. I think he really flubbed this. Yeah, he flubbed this. He should have left the Borbo on field, guys, because he would have been able to attack directly. Now he has to use the Trident effect detaching, which we're just going to chain the Ray. He screwed this up. He threw this. He threw this hard. Because now the Trident can't attack because he has to crash into it. He threw so hard here. He threw. Yeah, he realized. Wow. He scooped because he realized he threw. We didn't even have cards in hand that were really usable. But we were going to get another turn and we were going to punish him hard. So. Crazy. Deck is nuts. So, we're going to play a couple more games here. Going to try to get to Plat 1. We're 3 wins away from getting to Plat 1. Plat 1 is the goal tonight. As you've seen, we are now 8-3 with this deck tonight. Deck is crazy strong. You're starting to see now why, even in a neutered form, right? The deck has multiple hits on the ban list. This deck was so dominant for almost a 2-year span. Konami decided to ban it. Then they brought it back, then they had to ban it again. That is crazy. So, opening hand here. It's not ideal, but what we are going to do is this. We're going to start by Area 0. We're going to set the jamming waves. Area 0 effect, target the jamming waves. We're going to try digging for the cards in our deck. Cards that win us the game right here. Engage, multi-roll. We didn't hit anything. That's not likely to happen. Especially when you look at the deck list. I think we're playing it's like 25 Sky Striker cards. Statistically, that should not have just happened. But it will happen. So, what are we going to do? We're just going to summon Shizuku, and we're going to set the Shark Cannon and we're pass. I'm glad I'm somebody's favorite Pokemon. So, here we go. Darker, you should leave me a follow, man. This way you can follow along next week. So, what are we going to do here? We're going to add the engage. I'm also going to link the YouTube channel, guys. Because I post all the videos on demand. Oh, Dark, you do follow. I'm sorry about that, bud. I forgot you did follow last night. So, tonight's video, you know, the full length, uncut. You're going to see me lose. You're going to see me win. You're going to see the highs. You're going to see the lows. It's going to go on video on demand on my YouTube page. I will link you guys to my YouTube. If not, you can search Charmander on YouTube, and you'll be able to find my profile. At the moment, I've got 4 videos on there. I've got a combo for the Tri-Brigade. It's the ideal Tri-Brigade combo. It's nuts. The end board is near unbeatable. You have 8 degrees of interaction, and one of them is to negate a Dark Rule and a More or Forbidden Droplet. This is what the pros do. That's the combo the pros do that I posted on my YouTube. The other 3 videos, one is a video explaining that deck, that version of the deck with the pro level combo, right? The other 2 are just the regular bird deck that I posted a couple days ago when Master Duel first came out. So what you're going to have is you're going to have 3 videos explaining and showcasing how the bird deck works. And then you're going to have a video now. It's going to be about 4 hours in length of the Sky Striker deck. So if you want a rogue level deck that is stingingly good, this is the deck for you. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are liking those videos too. I like doing the uncut videos because even at times when you watch me lose, it's not a bad thing. I don't like it when people post videos where they cherry pick the data. They only show you winning because the reality is you're not going to win every game. There may be some tournaments where you do win every game, and that's freaking awesome. But it's not going to happen every time. And the deck that I showed you the other night has a high win probability. That's why I like playing decks. I play decks with high win probabilities. This deck has a high win probability going first. So, tomorrow morning, you guys are going to see that posted on my YouTube. I'm going to link the link in a second here. And we're going to swag on the Madolche deck. Rogue deck. This is Rogue. By all means, this is Rogue. At least right now. This is the best Rogue deck, though. There's no doubt about that. Sky Striker is the best Rogue deck. So, he summoned out the Pudding Cess. He summoned out the Petting Cessor. He summoned out the Madolche. What does Madolche do? Well, Madolche has a couple of mechanics that work here. If a Madolche card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, it goes back into the deck. Now, what's going to happen here is he summoned the Queen Tiramisu. He's going to detach a material, target up to 2 Madolche cards in the graveyard, and then shuffle cards on the field equal to the number that he shuffles back. He's got full combo. We are actually in really bad shape. We're in really bad shape. So, he's going to link summon into Sistart here. What he's going to do is he's going to shuffle cards into the deck and then set Madolche Promenade off the Salon. In the process, he's also going to be bouncing the Shizuku and likely some of our set cards here. Depending on what he targets, I might just let him do it. So he's putting back the Madolche and the Petting Cessor. This does not target. I think we just let it go through. I think we just let it rock. This will also add back the Petting Cessor for next turn. So, we're in a bit of a pickle. It's going to add back both cards. The Salon will also trigger, like I said, setting the Promenade. So he's putting back the Shizuku. He put back the Jamming Waves. Okay, Salon triggers is going to set the Promenade, like I said. He's actually setting the Ticket. Ticket is a little bit different. If a Madolche card would be added from the graveyard to your hand or shuffled into the main deck, you add the Madolche monster from your deck in the process. So, the moment he doesn't have anything, what he's going to start doing is he's going to start swinging. We're going to take some big damage here. Also lagging a bit. What he's actually going to do is he's going to summon Madolche Pudding Cess Chocolate a la Mode, and what he's going to do is, because he has the Pudding Cess as material, he can detach target Madolche card in the graveyard, shuffle it into his deck, and then he can also detach the special summon Madolche monster from the face-up attack position. So he's going to have to detach here. He's going to target. I'm going to chain, like, almost immediately. So, actually, I think he bought us a turn. Who Cake is going to get banished. Now, Pudding Cess cannot resolve because it's not putting the card back in the deck. So, that's one less card we have to deal with because this would have searched. So, what is he going to do now? He's likely going to detach the special summon of a Madolche monster from the deck and face-up attack or defense. He's not going to, so he's going to swing for 5,000 direct. We're still in a bit of trouble. So, what does Madolche Promenade do? I'm going to read it to you guys right now, because that's the card we have to worry about that he just said. So, Madolche Promenade. Target one face-up card your opponent controls and one Madolche monster your opponent controls. Negate the effects of that card until the end of this turn. And if you do, return one monster in your hand to the... Return the monster that you target in your graveyard to the hand. So, I think we're okay. I really do. He knows we have the engage, which is fine. We've got the Rose in graveyard. If we clear the Sistart here, we get the Rose back, negating the Pudding Cess. Oh, sorry, the Chocolate a la Mode. So, what do we do here? I think we start by ripping the engage. We're going to force him to have to use... Actually, he can't even use the Promenade. He's got no targets in the graveyard. So that means he's got something else. I think that means he has an Ash. Oh, you control or in your graveyard, negate the effects. Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. Reason being is because we're going to normal summon the Rose here, add back the engage off the Kagari. That worked out pretty nicely, actually. Now we negate that. Oh, he's got something. He's lagging out. We take free wins. I want to be very clear about that. We do take free wins, although it makes the video quality a lot worse. So. Put it in the hand. We're going to let that go. We're going to let that rock. Reason being, this has to go back to the hand. So, engage negated. We're really not in bad shape. What we're going to do is we're going to normal summon the Rose here. And we only have 2 spells in grave. Okay? I want to Foolish Burial another spell. So I'm going to make the Hayate first. Now, if he has the Ash Blossom or the Effect Failure, we have the Eagle Booster. I doubt he's playing hand traps for the most part. Reason being, Madolche doesn't want monsters in the graveyard. It hurts their lines of play. And we're not going to screw up this time. We're attacking directly. So, here we go. Attacking directly. Hayate is going to Foolish Burial here. What are we Foolish Burialing, you may ask? Well, I want a Foolish Burial. Copy of the field spell. Doesn't do anything for us right now. He has something that's activatable. And it's the Herald of Orange Light. Aye. That sucks. That hurts a lot. That hurts a real lot. But we still have the Area 0. We haven't lost yet. If we top deck a card like the multi-roll or the Hornet Drones, the Rose. Oh, we got the Rose, huh? All right. Well, I think we bought ourselves another turn. I'm going to pass. I think we lost this. Not much we could have done. The Herald of Orange Light was totally unaccounted for. We have a pickle. Now, the Madolche Salon says he can normal summon addition to the set. I think we still lose, though, because if I remember correctly, he added the Mageline back to the hand. And he did. So, the normal summon is going to add a Madolche. What he can't add here is the Pudding Cess, because he can't trigger the effect of putting cess in hand because he has monsters in the graveyard. So the right play here is to add the Hoot Cake. Reason being, he can normal summon again in addition to the normal summon he had off the Madolche. What that will do is he will then banish with the Hoot Cake from the graveyard, special summoning a Madolche from the deck. The monster that he will be looking to special summon here is the Messagelato. Reason being, Messagelato on special summon will add a Madolche spell or trap card. So he's going to search another Promenade. He knows the play we're going to try to make, and he's got game on board, so we're just going to scoop. Actually search the Angeli, he's going to do the exact same thing. He's going to tribute, summon out the Messagelato. Top decking the Rose there was not ideal. Multi-roll would have won us the game, actually. So, the spells you want to send versus search. So, it's just one of the things you have to learn about the intricacies of the deck, especially about what to search. Often you want to prioritize searching the Widow Anchor or the Shark Cannon off the engage if you don't already have the multi-roll. The first engage, though, should always be dedicated to getting the multi-roll. That's how that should work. When it comes to sending on the Hayate, you want to send something that doesn't immediately advance your game state. So, let's say you already have a multi-roll on the field, and you've got a multi-roll, and you've got 2 multi-rolls still in the deck. I would send another multi-roll so you're not top decking into a multi-roll. Because anything else in that moment in time is better than drawing into another multi-roll if you already have one on the field. It would also put another spell in the graveyard. So, plays like that, the route I would take. So, here we go. We're going to Area 0, target the Metalfoes Fusion. Again, we're playing the Metalfoes Fusion because in the graveyard, it will shuffle itself back to draw a card. So, do we want to add the Rose here? Do we want to add the Shark Cannon? I want to grab the Shark Cannon because it's a guaranteed interruption for the most part. Now, a couple lines of play here. I would rather keep the Hornet Drones, personally. But we do want to put another spell card in the graveyard. So, and we can't add the Ray here. So, I'm going to Hornet Drones. We're going to summon the token. Puts another spell card in the graveyard. We're not going to use the Rose. What we're going to do is we are going to Shizuku here. To summon our Shizuku, we're going to set 2 cards. We're going to activate the Metalfoes Fusion to draw a card. I think we can top deck into something good. If we top deck into a hand trap, I think we're golden. I really do. Got an Afterburners. Alright. So, what are we going to do? The Afterburners is fine. We can bluff that in our hand. He doesn't know it. We're going to go end phase. Shizuku and end phase going to add the engage. The Afterburners is good because next turn we can start picking apart what he's got. Assuming we live. Remember, the Eagle Booster makes it so the Shizuku is unaffected by card effects except for its own. But because we don't have 3 spells in graveyard, it will not be able to. It'll be able to be destroyed by battle. But we have full combo for next turn. And we're playing into the Code Talker deck. Ooh. Hope this isn't the Clock Wyvern OTK. So, there's an FTK with the Clock Wyvern. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'm just loosely familiar with it. On normal or special summon, you have the attack of the monster. You special summon a Clock token. So, we're actually okay here. Reason being, the Shark Cannon will banish the card that he tries to summon off of the Accesscode, the Transcode Talker, or the Splash Mage. Because he had to commit his normal summon to this. So he's going to link 1 into link Rebo. Going to Parallel Exceed here, summoning out a monster. So he's going to summon out the Parallel Exceed at level 4. And then when Parallel Exceed is special summoned, by its own effect, it will special summon another copy from the deck at level 4. So, he's not going to be making a rank 4 play here. He's using these as material to link climb. That's the key part to understand here. Know the deck you're playing against. So, you see, it's all Cybers. Cybers primarily are link-focused decks. He's going to try to make a Code Talker OTK. What we need to make sure we do is hit the Transcode Talker. Reason being, Transcode Talker will target a monster that is a link 3 rating or lower. Meaning it has to be a link monster. It cannot be anything else. It has to be a link monster. Special summon it to a zone it points to. If we stop that, I think we stop the majority of this OTK. We may buy ourselves another turn. Code Talker doesn't do anything here at this moment, but he still has 2 material. So, what do? Well, we're going to play this really smart. Although the Code Talker deck you do have to be aware of has monsters that can link summon from the hand. They are mini talkers, right? So they all have code in their name. One of them is Microcoder. Microcoder says special summon. You can use it as link material from the hand to summon another Code Talker monster. So he's going the Transcode Talker play early. This is odd. I would not do it this early. So, Transcode Talker, he's likely going to summon the Code Talker. We're going to hit him with the Shark Cannon here. He cannot use Transcode Talker effect again this turn. And he can also not summon the Splash Mage, which would also be able to special summon a Cyberus monster from the graveyard. He could have played around this differently. He really could have. He could have summoned the Splash Mage instead of summoning the Transcode Talker, and he would have then still been able to Transcode Talker. So, where does this leave him? Well, he can make access code, pop everything we have, and try swinging for some damage. But we will chain the Eagle Booster on the summon of the access code so that he can't just pop the Shizuku. He has to go to the battle phase to deal with it. What does this also do? This also stops him from summoning a card called Update Jammer, which would give any Cyberus Link monster, any Link monster that uses it as material, the ability to attack twice. So here you go. You see here, he's got the mini Code Talker. He's got the Code Exporter. He's going to summon the Code Talker inverted. Code Talker inverted on special summon will summon a Cyberus monster from your hand to a zone it points to. Code Exporter, if used as Link material for the summon of a Code Talker, will add a Cyberus monster from deck to hand. Sorry, from the graveyard. So I still think we're in trouble here. I really do. So he's going to summon the clock. He's going to add the Clock Wyvern. He may special summon it again. We're going to see. He elected not to off of the... No, he's going to. He's not going to get a token here because it's a hard once per turn. But what he can do here is he can go a card called Shooting Code Talker. Shooting Code Talker can attack multiple times a turn, and when it destroys a monster, you draw a card. So, there's a couple things he can do here. What he may try to do right now is summon X Code Talker. Actually, he's going for the... Looks like he's going for the Access Code Talker. So, we got our toggle on. Access Code on summon will trigger its effect. And on the resolution, on the window of resolution here, we've already said this is fine. Chain the Eagle Booster so he can't pop the Shizuku. He has to go to battle phase with us. That's what we just saved ourselves. He has to go to battle phase. You know what's really good about this too? He summoned the access code early. If we can get if we can get into the Shark Cannon into our hand, we can clear the access code, summon the access code back from his graveyard, and use the effect to start banishing the Link monsters that we have, destroying everything. He really screwed himself by doing this. Unless he can OTK. So, access code effect is going to happen. He's probably going to try to destroy the Shizuku because I don't think he read cards. If he pops the Area 0 here, we will summon the Ray. So, he gave us a free Ray. This is awesome. So, Ray will summon. Now, when he clears the Shizuku, Ray will summon back, using the Kaina, targeting a monster on the field, making it so it can't attack. Or, in the end phase, Shizuku, searching the Widow Anchor. So, access code here is going to pop the Ray. He's trying to pop the Shizuku. He didn't read. He did not read. He just wasted that. I want to make that very clear. He just wasted that. You all saw me activate the Eagle Booster. I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm not even going to try. He did not read Eagle Booster. So what he can do here now, and this is a bit of a problem. He's got two monsters on field. I think he can go for the Update Jammer now. He can't go for the Splash Mage play. So he's going to link two here, using the Addition and the Clock Wyvern. He's going to summon the Flame Administrator. Hasiman. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that, Sayuka. I appreciate that. So, all Link monsters he controls gain 800. Supposed to read. Yeah, you are, Raptor. He's supposed to read. So he popped the Ray. He just did another stupid thing. Because if he clears the Shizuku in battle phase here, we summon back the Ray. What is he doing? Not playing this smart. Really not playing this smart. So, Accesscode, swing over the Shizuku. Ray effect. Boom. Come on, Flame Administrator. Let's do it. Ray. Summon out the Kaina. Forces him to have to pop again. Boom. What did we just do? We bought ourselves a turn because he did not read. If he was watching my stream, he would have known to not do that. He could have stream sniped us. I literally have my name down here as A Charmander. The other night it was Brandon, which is my actual real name. All he has to do is go on Twitch right now and search A Charmander. He would see what we're playing. He would have known how badly he would have screwed up. So, what do we do now? He's gonna have to pass turn. He doesn't have a lot going for him. We have full combo in hand and then some. He's gonna Accesscode, pop the Kaina, having to either banish the Accesscode or the Flame Administrator from the field. This does nothing for him. He doesn't gain anything out of doing this. So, what do we do now? We go Afterburners, we pop the Accesscode and the set card because we have 3 spells in grave. Called by. So, get our toggles. Afterburners. Pop Accesscode. This goes through. Pop the set card. Bottomless trap hole. That's funny. Someone send in the link to So, we're going to engage here. We're not afraid of the Ash because we have the called by. At this point, we can add anything we want, but I'm going to add the multi-roll because it is a critical piece to this deck's flow. Top decking into Foolish Burial Goods. This is actually even crazier because now we can put the Metalfoes Fusion back in the graveyard. So we're going to go +3 here. Man, Rose is really loving our hand right now. That's the second game in a row we've drawn multiple Rose. So, what do we do? Summon the Kagari. Now, we don't need to swing for big damage here because we control the pace of play. We've out-advantaged him with our cards. There's really no way he can catch up playing the Code Talker deck. It is a glass cannon. He did the primary combo. He also burned the best card in this whole deck. This is the best card in the whole deck. He burned it already. And at any moment in time, we can banish it. So, we're going to engage here. This is going to be a 2200 Kagari. Pretty decent damage. Like I said, this deck does not have lethal plays. What we're going to do is we're going to add the Widow Anchor to hand. We're going to draw another card. Top deck into an effect failure. Like I said, we control the pace of play now. One little flub, he screwed up the whole thing. So, Kagari's going to go attack. Going to swing for 2200. We don't need to use the Hayate here. There's no reason to push the envelope. We don't need to start burning our resources too heavily because we're going to get the engage back. And we still have the 1 engage in the graveyard. So, we're going to go in the deck. We're going to go main phase 2. We're going to set the 2 cards we have. Multi-roll will activate in the end phase, setting the Eagle Booster. I'm not going to set the Shark Cannon. Reason being, we have the Called By and the Effect Veiler and the Widow Anchor. He's only going to have 2 cards at his disposal because nothing in the graveyard is going to be activatable. So, we're going to summon the Shizuku. Shizuku will search as a card we don't presently have. Likely it will be the other Widow Anchor. Reason being, it's not in the graveyard. So we can add it to our hand. So, end phase. Shizuku, multi-roll will get priority because for some reason Konami doesn't let you pick this. In the TCG, you can resolve Shizuku before you resolve multi-roll. So we're going to set the Eagle Booster. The only card we're going to be able to set. Shizuku is going to trigger. And we're going to add the other Widow Anchor to hand just to be safe. So, full control here. 4 degrees of of interruption. We got the effect failure in hand. Got the called by. We've got the ego booster. We've got the widow anchor. He's got 2 cards in hand. We know nothing in his graveyard is activatable. He should scoop. But he's ignorant, so he's not going to. So, going to summon the Code Radiator. If Code Radiator is used as link material for the summon of a Code Talker, he can target one face-up card we control and negate it. I don't know why he's just normal summoning this. I think he realizes that we can't lethal him, which is fine. But again, we're just drawing endless card advantage now. Every card we get is another card that he doesn't have. And there's nothing he can do because, again, nothing plays from the graveyard right now. Nothing he has placed in the graveyard. So we're just going to swing for 500. Doesn't do anything in the graveyard. We're going to pass turn. We don't need to force the envelope by summoning more of our Sky Striker Link monsters. Because we do want to have a fallback plan unless he draws a blowout, which I don't believe he's playing any blowouts. Like we would have seen something by now because he is 8 cards to the deck. What is my favorite monster art? Mine is the Galaxy Eyes family. I like the Galaxy Eyes deck a lot too. Kite Tenjo was one of my favorite characters from the anime for sure. Him and Shark I like. You know, Reginald Castle. That's from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal anime for those who aren't familiar. Maybe you only know the Duel Monsters era. Maybe only know GX. Maybe only know 5Ds. One of my favorite card arts though is the Dogmatica decks. I love the Dogmatica deck. I really do. But with the current ban list in Master Duel, it's not worth playing, which is why you have not yet seen me play it on stream. I also dismantled the Nadir Servant I had this morning because I wanted to play this deck for you guys. So, again, we're just in full control here. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to force anything. We're just going to attack directly. We have Battle Trap for all I care. Doesn't matter. We have the Eagle Booster. Turn player priority keeps passing back to us. Means he has nothing. These are little things you have to read with the toggle too. In the TCG, it's a lot harder to figure these things out because you have to hear your opponent physically say, wait. In the simulators like this, it tells you. It's a cheat tool. I know if my opponent has something because I have the toggle on. I see when it passes. I see when it hiccups. So, again, we have full card advantage. We have 5 cards in hand. We have 5 cards on field. You're going to top deck the side deck Codec. This does nothing for him right now. If he had a Code Talker monster special summoned, he could add a Cyberus monster with the same attribute as that Code Talker monster, but he doesn't. So we're actually going to win this turn. Because I'm tired of toying with him. We're not an animal. We're not playing with our food. So what are we going to do? We're going to normal summon the effect failure. Go for the Accesscode Talker play. So, normal summon Accesscode Talk. Normal summon effect failure. Summon Halcon Fiber X. Halcon summon. Special summons a level 3 or lower tuner. We're going to summon the effect failure from the deck. Reason being we need a spellcaster to summon the Selene, the Queen of Master Magicians. So, Halk, summon the effect failure defense. Yes. Oh, yes. Normal summon X. Exactly. Little 2-card combo here to get access code. Guaranteed. The trade secret. So, summoning the Selene. On summon the Selene, we're going to check both players' fields and graveyard for spell cards. Look how many counters we got. We got 8 counters that time. Now, we're going to activate the Selene effect. It is a quick effect to detach 3 counters. Special summon a spellcaster from the hand or graveyard. So that effect failure we just used as link material is going to come right back. We're going to make our own access code, and he should scoop. If he doesn't scoop, I'm going to lose my mind. I think he has Nibiru. Turn player priority pass back to him. Maybe not. Huh. That was weird. You guys saw that? You saw the turn player priority pass? Unless he put on his toggle to troll us. So, summon access code. Summon goes through. Because he doesn't play Solemn Strike or Judgment. So, access code resolves. He has to Nibiru now in the window of activation. He doesn't have it. So, what do? Banish the Halcon Fiber X. We pop the set card. And he scoops. So, if I'm doing my tally correctly, we are now 9-3 with this deck tonight. We are climbing the ladder to Plat 1. Probably going to end the stream around 12 o'clock tonight. So I would like to get to Plat 1. We have to win 3 more duels. If not, we'll pick it up right tomorrow, see what we can do. But so far, like I said, this deck grinds. If the games start running a little long, the deck starts killing it. You know, you start picking apart piece by piece. You do 1-for-1 trades with their cards, but you have cards that say, oh, I go +1 over you. That's the critical part here. So, we have a cracked hand. This hand is crazy. First and foremost, I want to activate the engage. Reason being, if he's main decking the Droll, I want to at least guarantee that we get the multi-roll to hand. So, he doesn't have the Droll. He also, there's no turn player priority passed here. We kept it. What does that mean? That means he probably doesn't have max C. We're safe to do our combos. We're going to activate the Area 0, targeting the jamming waves. Revealing multi-roll. Revealing Hornet Drones. Revealing Area 0. I want to add the Hornet Drones here as an insurance plan. So, Hornet Drones comes to hand. Jamming waves goes to graveyard. Now what? Normal summon Ray. Gonna normal summon Ray. And you're also going to notice something too. I'm not activating the multi-roll yet. Reason being, I showed you earlier, you can't order the chain links with the multi-roll and the Shizuku. So if we hold off on activating the multi-roll, then we play around having to deal with the weird wonky interaction with the multi-roll and the Shizuku. So, now, I want to do two things. I want a Kagari here to add back the engage, because we're going to draw a card here. And then we are going to use the multi-roll to send the Area 0, but not trigger the effect. Reason being, we need to put a third spell in the grave. We're really going all out here. So, multi-roll. And now we're surrendering the Shizuku line of play, you know, that we just spoke about, because I saw the advantage. So, he's got nothing. Not going to trigger this. Nuh-uh. Because then we can't activate the multi-roll. I mean, the engage. So, he can't respond to spell cards because we use the multi-roll. So, what do we add here? Well, we're going to add the Widow Anchor, and we're going to draw a card. Yes, please. Afterburners. Not the best top deck, not the worst. So what do we do? We're going to set the Widow Anchor. We're going to set the Hornet Drones as an insurance plan, because we have the Rose in hand now. So, Shizuku. Summon the Shizuku. In the end phase with the Shizuku, we are going to search a card we do not have in hand. I mean, in the graveyard. So we can't add the engage. Do we want to set anything off of multi-roll? No. No, we do not. We don't want to set the send the engage, because then we lose the engage. So what do? We want to grab the other Widow Anchor. Reason being, we can play next turn with the Widow Anchor by stealing a monster. Depending on what he's got, this may be enough. So, he's going to draw a card. We know he doesn't have any hand traps. Means his hand may be totally gas. By totally gas, I mean he's got full combo and then some. It's scary when that happens, but it does happen. So, here's the Tenki. What does the Tenki mean? Definitely means he's playing Tri-Brigade. Because nobody would have gotten this far playing Fire Fist. No offense to Fire Fist fans. I like Fire Fist a lot. Fire Fist is one of my favorite decks. But he's definitely playing the Tri-Brigade Zoo deck. So he added the Ram to hand. Gonna rip the Pot of Desires here. This is risky. Only because he likely doesn't have that big of a playable hand, or unless he's just trying to dig for advantage. You think he's on your Senju? I don't think so. But here we go. Fractal effect. He's going to send the Nerval. Sorry, he's going to send the kit, sending the Nerval to then send. So then when he sends the Nerval, he's going to add the Karis to hand. All right. So likely means he's got a hand full of Tri-Brigade monsters. I still don't think we lose because we have the Ray in graveyard. So if he Shurags, we're fine. We also have the Hornet Drones to protect ourselves. The best thing he can do right now is if he Shurags, he banishes this. So here comes the Ram on the normal summon. Did he add the Karis to hand? Yes. That means he easily has another Zoo or Tri-Brigade. If he has another Zoo, then he can go Chakanine and do plays that way. Number 2, he also needs to be able to Zeus. So he's going for the Trident first. It's a bad play. It's a really bad play. Reason being, he locks himself out of being able to hit us with the Zeus. We already saw the Tri-Brigade stuff, guys. It's not either of those. So, Dryden effect. What is he targeting? The Shizuku. We let that rock. Does he not? Has he not read? Does he not know what Ray does? Here comes Ray. He's got something chainable. Is it Max C? Why would he not chain Max C? He had it. So, Ray hits the field. This is going to be funny. He's going to have to Karis here. Attributing the Nerval. We say that's fine. He has material in graveyard to banish for the Karis. But what's going to happen here is because we have 3 spells in graveyard, we're going to tribute the Ray here. So, what is activating? It's been like one. The Nerval. Okay. Gonna summon. I'm gonna summon the Hayate here. And I'll explain why in a second. So, he can Borbo here. But more importantly, what he's going to want to do is he's going to want to Karis, try to get into the Tri-Brigade combo stuff. So he's adding the kit to hand. That's fine. We still have plays. He will be able to Zeus us. So I raid because I didn't realize what he was activating. You're right, I should have held it. So, but we're going to Widow Anchor here, stealing the Karis and negating it. So that's ours. Got something activatable. It's passing back to us. This will resolve. We're going to take control of this. Now, he's got no material on the Dryden. What does that mean? It means he can go Tiger Mortar, Chakanine, Borbo. You play around the Nibiru with that deck. You really don't, but pure Tri-Brigade Zoo doesn't get hit by the Nibiru as hard as, say, the Luceric deck would. But the Luceric deck also plays inherent ways to stop the Nibiru because you prioritize the F-Zero play before you do any of your Tri-Brigade combo. So if you go back and you watch my videos, you notice we didn't get Nibiru'd once. Reason being, we put pressure on board because of the F-Zero. But I also have really not been Nibiru'd a ton when I've been playing this deck so far. So, he actually misplayed here. He could have done more. Because he has the Ram in graveyard already, he could have detached a material with the Chakanine to summon the Ram, gone into the Ferajit, summon the kit. I think he misplayed heavy. Because now all he can do is Zeus here. And the Zeus, sure, it's going to be for material. But we have the Widow Anchor to play through it next turn. We're fine. So, bye-bye. He doesn't know this, but I think we can OTK. So, what happens now? That's a Revolt. I don't think there's any other card that he's going to set. I'm 99% sure that is a Revolt. You have the Eagle Booster. Okay. Hand is not great. But we're going to have Afterburners here. Boop. He's letting this go through. He's going to let the Revolt die. What? Cross out. Alright, so that's how he's playing around the Nibiru. So, we know he's got the kit in hand. We lost the multi-roll because we got to the Zeus. But we're still fine. Gonna Rose, normal summon. Gonna summon the Shizuku. We're gonna swing directly for 15. We're just gonna start dwindling away at his life points. We're gonna set the Eagle Booster and the Widow Anchor. We're going to pass. In end phase, we are going to add a card that's not presently in our graveyard. It's going to be the Shark Cannon. So, next turn, we're going to Shark Cannon, steal something. Link away into it. Win. In the process, if we can draw into a multi-roll, we're in pretty good shape. So, end phase, Suzuku. adding the Shark Cannon to hand. Next end phase, if we have a Shizuku summon during, that we summon during the turn, it's still on the field during the end phase, we're going to prioritize adding the Herc base. So, he's going to have to normal summon the kid here. Unless he ripped into a Karis. I doubt he did. But if he has a Fractal on hand, assuming he didn't banish any more of his Nervals, he could do that as well. There's one Nerval banished, one Karis banished. One Karis in graveyard as well. Does he play 3? Not sure. But he also burned through all of his Zoo stuff. We don't have to worry about Zoo. We don't have to worry about Zeus. Alright. All we have to worry about right now is the kit that we know he has in hand. He has the Fractal. What is he going to do here? This is what he's going to do here. He's going to attempt to use the Fractal effect. It's going to be met immediately with the Widow Anchor. And then we win next turn. So, Fractal is going to banish for cost. He's going to try to prioritize the Shurag here. Unless he has the Karis in hand, I think we're fine. So, activating the Widow Anchor here, stealing the Fractal. Reason why we're stealing the Fractal. We do not want him to be able to link this off in the event that he can summon an extender. So, we're sacrificing our ability to activate Eagle Booster here to prevent him from being able to link off the Fractal. Because we clear it during our next turn. See? He passes. So, here's the crummy part about this. We couldn't search the Herc base. But we top decked into a Call by the Grave. This is actually really good. Reason being, we can steal something if he has a material in the graveyard, vanish. So, he's going to be able to kit next turn. That's unfortunate. Wow, we actually, this is really not looking all that good. We do. Kaina Hayate. He's going to be able to Shurag. There's no doubt about that in my mind. So, what are we going to do? We're going to go battle phase. We're going to clear the Fractal. We're going to set all of these. Main 2. How many Shizukus do we still have in the extra deck? Got the 1. I want to leave the 1 in there. I don't want to risk summoning anything too early. No. So we're going to set the Call by the Grave. We're actually going to hold the Shark Cannon. We're fine because we have the Eagle Booster. Goes Eagle Booster on the Shizuku, so then he can't banish it with the Shurag, which he eventually will summon off the kit here. And then in the following turn, we Shark Cannon, we can make some plays. In the event that he can clear the Shizuku, we still have the Ray in graveyard. So here comes the kit. We talked about this already. We knew he had it. He's going to banish for cost here. He has to summon the Shurag to put pressure on us. The only other thing he could summon here would be the Simorg Link to summon out the Apex Avian, but I don't think he's playing that because he is playing the Tri-Brigade Zoo version. There's not a lot of room in the extra deck, and you don't want to be playing a hard draw card like the Apex Avian in this type of deck. Because this is more control-oriented than the bird deck that we've been showcasing. So, he's going for the Ferjit play. Likely the reason being, he has a card in hand that he can summon, so that he can chain block for the Shurag to resolve. In which case, we go Eagle Booster. So, here we go. Ferjit. What's funny about this, too, is the kit will likely send a Nerval. He's got the Rescue Cat. This is actually even better. We set the Call by the Grave to stop this. The Rescue Cat has to tribute itself for cost. Well, it sends itself to the graveyard for cost. That means it's able to be called by. So, the best thing you can do right now is Shurag right now, because if he doesn't, he loses the ability to play. Instead, he's going to go Link 3, likely summoning out. He's going for the Bear Brum? Alright, that's not the right play at all. He's going to... He's just Ferjit here, huh? He's going to draw one. He's going to look at the top of his deck. He's going to put one back. Likely means he doesn't have enough monsters to summon off of the Rescue Cat. But the Bear Brum is also going to be able to special summon. Targeting one of his banished. Targeting the Fractal. Sure. Kid effect is going to trigger here. What does that mean for us? Well, sent the Fractal. He just hurt himself. He just screwed himself. Let me explain why. So, because he sent the Fractal off the kit, he just enabled our Called by the Grave again. So now even if he goes into the Shurag, he can't add the Revolt. He doesn't know what he just did to himself. Oh, he banished the Fractal. Shit. We got outplayed. It's alright. It's alright. Did he banish the Fractal? I didn't see that. Okay. On summon of the Fractal, we should have chained. I didn't think he'd be smart enough to do that. So here comes the Shurag. On the summon of the Shurag. Gonna activate. We're gonna chain the Eagle Booster. Shizuku is safe. Now. Don't think he can rescue Cat here. Multi-roll top deck is game over. That's a win. Because again, he can't revolt here. I want to stress that guy's enough. He can't link off the Bear Brum and guarantee he has another card in hand to put back. So what do? We break this apart. He can't clear the Shizuku. Next turn, we just start boop, 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 clearing all this. Okay? I also think he's totally out of cards. He's got 15 cards left in the deck. He really can't have much left. He's got 2 kits in the graveyard. He's got the 2 Fractals. Actually, 3 kits in the graveyard. 2 Karas, 1 Nerval. That's in his banish pile. Wow. And the 3rd Fractal's on the field. So what does that mean? That means there's 1 Karas unaccounted for, and there are 2 Nerval unaccounted for. So here comes out the Appaloosa. We don't care about the Appaloosa. You're not a threat. We beat over you with the Shizuku. Why would you summon that? He wasted that monster. He didn't have to do that. But also, that's cool. It's prismatic. Top deck the Ray. Alright. So, we don't even have the Shark Cannon here. We don't have the Shark Cannon to win this turn. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to normal summon the Ray and beat over the Appaloosa. Then, in main phase 2, summon the Zeke, banish the Shurag. So, battle phase. Get rid of that. I don't know why you wasted some of that. Some of that to flex on us? What are you doing? So, main phase 2. Here we go. Summon the Zeke. Shurag comes back in the end phase of next turn. So, he has to pray he top decks into a Tri-Brigade monster. Probably not going to do it. There's not a lot left in the deck. He is shot in the dark. And if he top decks into a Zodiac monster, it gets him nowhere either. So, what do we do now? We're going to summon out the Shizuku, searching the final Hercules base. Reason being, next turn, we can make another Zeke, send the Herc base to make the Kagari to add back the engage. So, end phase. Search the Herc base. It's the only card left in the deck that we can add. I'm not going to chain this. I'm not going to make that mistake. Actually, we get another Shark Cannon. So, but we're going to add the Herc base. So, like I said, next turn, what we're going to do is we're going to Shark Cannon, steal something. Doesn't matter what we steal because it's just going to get linked off into the Zeke. Zeke will send the Herc base. If that's a revolt, I will cry. Rose. Okay. So, does he have a Shurag in the graveyard? No. So, line of play here. Activate the Shark Cannon. What do we want here? It doesn't really matter, but we're going to take the Appaloosa. It's chainable. Especially some of the monsters of the field. Now, probably misplayed. And the reason being is we could have summoned the Fractal and actually we can't attack with the monster we summoned. I didn't misplay. No, we're fine. So, here's what we're going to do actually. All right. We're going to use the Shizuku. We've done Nightmare Phoenix. Oh, there's two ways we can do this. I don't really think this is a good way to do this. I think we threaten with Battle Phase with the Hayate. No, we threaten with the Zeke. We're going to threaten with the Zeke. No, we can't threaten with Zeke. We actually need the Zeke. What am I talking about? I'm going to threaten with the Hayate. Using the Shizuku. I'm going to threaten some damage. So, I think it's a revolt because it was activatable. You see here. Already passes back to him. It's activatable. He's thinking about it. In battle phase, he's going to do it. Come on, pal. Do it. Do it. He didn't do it. Wow. He did not do it. All right, well, we go battle phase. No. We pass. Reason being, we just need to make sure that we can do that Zeke play that I spoke about before. He had the revolt. Sucks. We played around the revolt. We stalled another turn. He's got to go battle phase. He's going to clear the Appaloosa here. Actually, we're swinging into the Hayate. He's a madman. No. Ray effect. We need to bait out the revolt. He may do it right now. No. Nope. I think one of these now is a revolt. For sure. He's definitely got the revolt for sure. We have access code. We don't have to do anything else. We win. We win now. Holy shit. We actually win now. Top deck normal summon Ash for game. Let's go. Is this deck nuts or what, Scott? Like, please. Please. Let me know. Is this nuts? Like, we top decked Ash, and we're gonna win because we top decked a freaking Ash. This is crazy. We top decked an Ash for game. All right, so he has the imperm. That hurts. But we haven't lost yet. Reason being, we still get the Zeke play here. So, and here's where it gets crazy. We're going to summon the Hayate using the Ray to the zone the Celine points to. We will trigger the Rose effect simultaneously to summon her. So we still get the Zeke play. We forced him into this. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts, guys. So, tribute the Hayate, tribute the Rose. Sorry, not tribute the Rose, not tribute the Hayate. Summon the Zeke. Banishing the Shurag on the field. He has to respond with a Revolt right now. He has to. Got no choice. He has no choice. Man is crazy. This man is actually insane. Because now Zeke tributes. Zeke sends this. Holy crap. Where's the other Zeke? Oh, it's on the field, right? Right. I'm at a loss for words, guys. I am at a loss for words. Called by the grave! We were thinking it was Revolt this whole time. We were thinking it was Revolt this whole time. No, it's just friggin' Called by the Grave. We make Accesscode. And we still use a Link 3. Can someone clip this? I don't know how to clip this. That was wild. That whole duel was wild. He screwed himself by resolving Pot of Desires too much. That was crazy. My heart is racing right now. That was crazy. Snivion, I hope you're enjoying the stream tonight, man. You were the one who asked for this the other night. This like, you should be doing a jig. I hope you're running around your room or whatever, wherever you're watching this right now. I hope you just got up and ran around out of excitement. This is crazy. He's making us go first. When will people learn? All right. Not the best hand here, but we do have access to the Ray. So here's what we do. Reinforcement in the army. Got no turn player priority. Pass right back to us. Cool. Gonna normal summon the Ray here. Now. Gonna show you something a little interesting here. We're going to play around the Effect Veiler. Okay? If we Shizuku now, we can be hit by Effect Veiler. I'm gonna show you how to play around the Effect Veiler. So, we have our toggle on. We're gonna go to the end phase. At the start step of end phase, we're going to Ray into Shizuku. He can't Effect Veiler us because you can only Effect Veiler during the end phase. Okay? Shizuku will still trigger because it was summoned this turn and we're now in the end phase. And we just got to free engage. So, we've got Ash, we've got Called By. Yeah, sorry. Effect Veiler can only activate during the main phase. So we played around it. Dino Wrestlers. Into Spiral Resort. We don't stop this yet. We don't stop this yet. He's got the Super Agent. Probably saying to yourself, hey, Charmander, when do we stop this? We haven't seen Spiral yet. Spiral does a lot of crazy stuff. So, Foolish Barreling a card here. I want us to see what it is. I think it's going to be the quick fix. If it's the quick fix, we've got the called by for it. So, how does Spiral play? Spiral was a tier 0 deck in the TCG around October 2018. Sorry, 2017. All by the grave, targeting the tough. So, what does Spiral do? Spiral is a guess and check type deck, but it is a crazy powerful combo deck. It is, in the TCG, borderline unplayable. In this game, it is totally playable. So, what does Spiral do? Well, Spiral works around resolving cards by checking what card is on top of the opponent's deck and guessing it correctly. But Spiral does play cards that stack the top of the deck. So, he's going to summon the Pankratops here. Okay? He's going to Spiral Super Agent here. He has to guess this correctly. He's going to call spell cards. He hit a spell card. So, Spiral Super Agent will summon. If we control the spell card, he would be able to pop it. Okay? Now, he's yet to normal summon. The Pankratops is applying pressure because it can contribute itself at any moment and destroy a card we control. He's choosing to destroy the Shizuku. That's a big mistake. I don't know why you would do that. Unless he's got the called by, which he doesn't, because the Ray is going to summon out. Now, we can't target cards because the Spiral Resort is on field. So, we can't target this, so the Ray is just there. But what we will do is we will tag out into the Hayate. So, end of the main phase. Sure. It is the battle phase. Yup. Super Agent's going to swing into the Ray. On attack declaration, Ray effect. We can't Kaina here to protect ourselves. So what we're going to do, we're going to summon the Hayate. In damage calculation, the Hayate will Foolish Burial a card. It gives us the third spell for the engage. Making a mistake here. We know he doesn't have the Ash because the engage went through too cleanly last game. So, what do? We're going to Foolish Burial a card here. And we're going to Foolish Burial the maneuver. No, we're going to Foolish Burial. This is tough. So we can't target monsters that have Spiral in their name because of the resort. So what we are going to do is, I think we're actually just going to Foolish Burial field spell. So, now what? Well, we've got no monsters, but we have the Rose for plays next turn. We have the Engage that's going to search and draw. But we need to deal with the Resort. So, Resort in the end phase requires that you must shuffle back a monster from the graveyard into the deck that can legally go to the deck. So he's going to have to put back the Pankratops. So, okay. Here we go. Turn change. He's only got the Super Agent on board. We top take the Tall by the Grave. That's really good. Once again. So, I'm going to start by activating the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. Reason being, the Rose can summon the Kagari to search again. But what we're going to do here is we're going to add the multi-roll because it's the best card in the deck outside the Engage. Top deck the Hornetrons. Nice. Now, if we wanted to, we could go Accesscode, end his whole day. But maybe that is the right play. I think that is actually the right play. So, starting off, going to multi-roll here. What's really nice about this, too, is we have the Hercules base already, so we can put the Kagari back. We're going to start here by Hornetronsing, summoning the token. We are then going to summon the Kagari. We're going to draw another card, first and foremost, before we do anything else. All right? So, summon the Kagari here. I'm going to access code early here, but it's going to pay off. We're being greedy, but he's not going to be able to do anything. He's going to have no board. So, engage the hand. Here comes the engage. Still has nothing. What do we want to add here? We want to add the Widow Anchor as insurance, even though we can't use it at this current moment in time, and we top deck the Eagle Booster. If he has the Nib, we just played around the Nib because we have the Eagle Booster. So, first things first, we're going to normal summon the Ash. It's a crazy play, right? Normal summoning Ash Blossom. Who thinks of this? Sky Striker players think of this. So, Alka-Fibrax on summon. We're going to summon a level 3 or lower tuner. By the time the stream is done, you guys are going to be automatic. You guys are just going to know. Normal summon Ash, we get Alka-Fibrax, we get Celine, we get Accesscode. He's got something. I think it's the Nibiru. I think he has the Nibiru. He has it. He's got the rock. Okay. That's totally fine. And the reason why that is totally fine is because we have not used this yet. Okay? So, now what? Well, the token is big. No doubt about that. We got the call by, we've got the rose. We already activated Sky Striker spell card this turn. So we can play next turn. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to clear the tokens so that we can set our spell cards. And we're going to pray for the best. No, we don't want to activate anything here. So, we're going to set. We're going to set. And we're going to set. In the end phase, he will have to use the resort to shuffle back. I'm sorry, actually, no, that's not true. Sorry, ignore that. I want to set the Hornet drones. I want the insurance. I think we're in trouble here. And the only reason why I say I think we're in trouble is for two reasons. The resort once per turn can add any spiral card from deck to hand. We can afford to set the field spell. So we're going to set the field spell. All right. What we need to make sure we do, though, is be able to stop the most critical card in this whole line of play, which is the master plan that he may summon off of the double helix, which is the spiral link monster. Okay? And we have the called by to be able to do that. So, here we go. Resort effect. Resort will probably be searching the super agent. If he searches the super agent, he searches the quick fix. Better. Much better, much better. So, now what? Well, here we go. So, unless he has the super agent in hand already, which I doubt he does, he's going to quick fix, search the big red. Big red was the equipped spell that he played earlier that targets a spiral in the graveyard to special summon it. He's trying to search... Sorry, he's trying to special summon the super agent. This is also really good too, because if we called by the grave, the big red, and called the super agent, he can't activate super agent in hand. So, what do we do here? Called by. Call the super agent. Bought ourselves another turn. Bye-bye super agent. Also, at any moment in time, too, we can chain the Hornet drones. Special summon the Rose, too, to protect ourselves. But we're okay with eating some damage here. Totally okay with it. He also can't activate Big Red again, and he can't activate the effect of Super Agent. So the rest of our back row should be safe. He's not really going to want to do anything that forces his hand here. So what he could do is he could link the quick fix into a Link Karibo, protecting the Nibiru next turn. It's probably the best play for him, at least at this moment in time. All right? So, best part of all, too, we get the Kagari back because we have the Herc base. That is nuts. Love this deck with every ounce of my body. I love this deck so much. I would play it more frequently, but at the moment, Sword Soul is my favorite deck in the TCG. And on here, we play a different deck every night, keep it fresh. So, we're going to continue going. Our turn now. In a second. This set card. Don't really care what it is, so long as it's not a call by the grave. Summoning the Nightmare Phoenix here. He has to discard a card here. He's not activating the effect. I don't understand why he's not activating the effect. So, we'll see where this goes. He just blew his whole board open for us. Don't know why he did that play. It's bad on his end. So, Resort has to pay the maintenance cost in the end phase. He's going to shuffle back either the Quick Fix or the Nibiru. I think he's going to put back the Nibiru. Reason being, the Quick Fix can trigger in the graveyard if he controls a Spiral Super Agent. So, here we go. Draw for turn. Multi-roll. Nice. Got another one. So, what are we going to do first? Well, we're going to activate Hercules Base. And the reason being, we're going to activate Hercules Base in the column here. We don't care if that's imperm. We really don't. Doesn't make a difference. So, we're then going to flip up the area 0, targeting the Hercules Base. He's got something activatable. I think that is, in fact, a... There's 2 cards it could be. It could be Spiral Mission Rescue, which is a continuous trap card. Or, it could be a Called by the Grave. If it's Called by the Grave, we lose the Kagari here. It happens. But we still have the Rose, and we still win this turn. No, not necessarily win, but we put ourselves in crazy big advantage. Here we go. Area 0 effect. Activate. Go activate. Letting that go through. Interesting. Area 0. Targeting the Hercules Base. Revealing Shark Cannon. Revealing Ash Blossom. Revealing Ray. We're gonna have the Shark Cannon to hand. I don't want to deal with the Quick Fix. This is limited to 1. We get rid of that. Cool. It's the best thing possible. So we're gonna put back our Link monsters. He's got something changeable. I really think it is Called by, guys. I think it's Called by. Or it's Max C. Definitely Max C. I don't see any other card that could be. So, Normal Summon Rose. Max C. It's 100% Max C. How do I know this? It was activatable even when we didn't have a monster in the field. We do have stuff in the graveyard that he can banish. So it's either Called by or it's Max C. But I don't feel like he would have set the Called by. Or I feel like he would have used the Called by on the Kagari when we targeted it with the Hercules Base. So I really do think this is Max C. I think he's thinking about if it's optimal to just shotgun this, in which case we're only going to give him 1 draw. We're going to search for the Engage. We're going to search the Afterburners. Popping this, popping this. You just hand him 1 draw. Come on, dude. I'm telling you, it's definitely the Max C. If it's not the Max C, then who knows what it is. If it's the Imperm, we don't care either. Or if it's an Effect Veiler. Because we have the set Eagle Booster. So, target the Engage. Chainable. It was Called by. Why did he not use that beforehand? This makes 0 sense. He could have banished the Kagari. This whole play would have been stopped. He's that afraid of Ray. Well, joke's on him. We're going to get Ray anyway. So, Kagari resolves, adding the Engage to hand. He doesn't know. Clueless Sky Striker player, guys. So, Engage. We know he doesn't have the Ash. I'll be taking that. Now what? We're going to draw a card. Foolish Burial Goods. Sweet. Off the bat, Afterburners. I'm not going to force anything else. Popping the Phoenix. And because we have 3 or more spells in Grave, we can also destroy the Resort. This is the best field spell in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Spiral Resort. In the TCG, it's limited to 1. If it's not outright banned. I can't remember. The only other field spell that I think is comparable to Spiral Resort that is in archetype is Trickstar Light Stage, which is also at 1. So, now what? Well, we're going to Foolish Burial Goods. We know he's got nothing. And we're still going to put the Ray in graveyard because we have the Hayate. So, Foolish Burial Goods, sending Metalfoes Fusion. Reason being, we get an additional draw out of this. Look at all the card advantage we have. We have 10 cards at our disposal. He's got 1. And a Quick Fix that's just going to get banished in the graveyard. I mean, we just top deck an Ash. That's what this deck does. We pick away piece by piece. Now, I'm sacrificing the damage here to guarantee that we put the Ray in the graveyard. This is the right play, because in the event, again, that he draws the blowout and he misplays it, we have the Ray in the graveyard as the follow-up. Because if we send the Area 0 now off the multi-roll, it will get banished because it was set off the multi-roll. Okay? So, here we go. Hayate swing directly. Hayate effect in damage calc to send Ray to the graveyard. Remember, it can Foolish Burial any Sky Striker card. Now, I want to do this right now. I don't want to wait. I want a Shark Cannon, get rid of the quick fix. Bye-bye. No, I don't want to special summon it. I just want to banish it. There's no way he can recover it. So, main phase 2. We're not even going to Shizuku here. Actually, you know what? We should Shizuku here. It's the right play to do. So, Shizuku, because we shuffled it back. I forgot we put back the other Shizuku. So, Shizuku effect in the end phase. We've got the Ash. I'm really not afraid of anything. There's nothing I should be afraid of here. We've got everything possible to out this. Multi-roll will resolve first. We're going to shut the Shark Cannon. So, setting the Shark Cannon. Okay. Now, off the Shizuku, what can we add? Well, we can add the Widow Anchor. We can add the other Shark Cannon. So we're going to add the Widow Anchor. Okay. Pass turn. Look at this. We have 10 cards. He's going to have 2 cards in hand. He should scoop. Re-irony, you should scoop. Okay, opponent drew a card. Our toggle's on. We're ready. Okay? Do one more duel after this. Because we're 1 win away from Plat 1. We've already won this. I've called it. He's down for the count. There's no way he can play through this. Alright? He's banishing 3. He's summoning Spiral Sleeper here. Spiral Sleeper says banish 3 cards. With Spiral in their name, special summon it. Once per turn, during either player's turn, you can target 1 Spiral card you control, and up to 2 your opponent controls, destroy them. If this card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect inside of the graveyard, destroy as many cards you control as possible. What I want to do right now is I want to negate and take this. Reason being, if that is Spiral Last Resort, we cannot play through this. He's chaining it. He wants to summon double Super Agent from the deck, and we're going to let him. We're going to chain the Eagle Booster to the Shizuku here as well to protect. Now, he's going to try to summon the Super Agent, and it's going to be met with an Ash Blossom. This is also chainable. We're just going to chain it. There's no harm in doing it. We're just going to banish the Nightmare Phoenix. And we're not going to special summon it. Although we totally couldn't be funny. You know, I think the right play is to summon it. We're going to summon this. So, Sleeper resolves. It has to pop itself as well. Now, new chain link. Sleeper gets hit with Ash Blossom. Bye-bye. Re-irony, you should scoop. Because that 1 card in hand is not going to save you. Alright, and he took my advice. So, even though we couldn't target any of his cards, you saw I was still able to pick apart that board. Mostly because I left the Nibiru on board. Oh, we reached the maximum number of saves. Damn. 1 win away, guys. Can we do it? This will be the last duel tonight, regardless if we get it or not. If not, tomorrow the goal will be... What would I do next turn? Next turn, all we have to do is just swing for damage. I would swing for damage to the best of my ability. And then I would use the multi-roll to send the Nightmare Phoenix to the graveyard so that we are not conflicting with our Sky Striker spells. Okay? So we're going first. We have to bluff this. It's unfortunate. We have to bluff the Metal Foes Fusion. We have to normal summon the Rose. So, here's the play. We're going to Shizuku. Special summon the Shizuku. Proceeding to end phase, we're going to add the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. He has an Ash or an Imperm. Well, that's unfortunate for us. At this point in the night, I believe we are 11-3 with the deck. He's letting it go through. He wants to keep the Imperm or the Ash. That is what that tells me. It tells me he wants to keep the Imperm or the Ash. He thinks we have something else. Reality, we have nothing. We actually have nothing. We got an effect failure. Probably not going to be enough. So, let's see. Main phase. Here we go. He's going to set a card. Thunder Dragon. Going to activate Thunder Dragon, discarding it. He's going to add up the 2 Thunder Dragons. He's likely going to do one and then the other. Not going to add both at the same time. I don't believe so. He added them both at the same time. That's not the right play overall. Normally the right play is to add one, then activate the effect again because it is not a hard once per turn. Instead, he elected to add both. Don't agree with that. So, we're playing against the Thunder Dragon deck. We know this now. What happens? He's going to make Colossus. I think Drytron is more fun to play. He's popping the Metal Force Fusion. I really think Drytron is more fun to play. It's more interactive during your opponent's turn than this. This is a lot slower. Although, like I said, this is a high skill deck. He's playing Prank Kids. Okay. So, we've yet to see Prank Kids in any of our streams so far. What does Prank Kids do? Prank Kids, you link away the small ones, these little Prank Kids, the main deck monsters. When they're sent as Link or Fusion material, they special summon one from the deck. But we got him right where we want him. Reason being, he's using the fancies here. He's going to special summon a Prank Kid and simultaneously also Foolish Burial Prank Kid's card. He's got the Mew Mew. What is he going to do then? He's going to link to using the Mew Mew. And I sound like an idiot saying these cards, by the way. These are just the names. Okay? Using the Mew Mew and whatever Prank Kid he summons into Prank Kids Doodle Doo. You think I'm joking? If you've never seen the Prank Kids deck, that's the actual name of these cards. It is ridiculous. You feel stupid saying them. Alright. So, he's going to summon the Doodle Doo. Doodle Doo on summon will add a Prank Kids card from the graveyard to the hand. And that'll be met immediately with the effect failure. So here we go. Alright. You can add one Prank Kid from your deck to your hand. The Lamp Seize is going to trigger, burning us for 500 and special summoning a Prank Kid. He thinks he's got us here because he chain blocked the Doodle Doo. We have the effect failure. Unless he is called by or the crossout designator here, the effect failure is going to go through. It's going to negate the Doodle Doo. He's not going to be able to get the fusion spell to hand unless he already has it or he has the poly. But we don't lose here. Reason being, we've got backer removal. We've got the search. And we've got the ability to summon another Sky Striker card from the deck as well as an extra draw. So, we're in pretty good shape here. If he starts summoning Gaga monsters, I'll go back to Duel Links. So, for those who have joined Master Duel community from Duel Links, you remember that the Gaga deck was crazy. He's electing to just go straight for the Thunder Dragon Colossus. I was not aware that was a Thunder card. Thunder Dragon Colossus says we can't add cards from deck to hand, except by drawing them. So we need to draw into the out here. We can do it, though. I have faith. So, how do we do this? Well, Cosmic Cyclone is a great card to rip into. We're going to Cosmic Cyclone here. We're going to banish the set card. Okay. Yeah, Gaga Sister has another effect. You're right. So here we go. Constellation Prize. What is this? I don't know what we're playing against, guys. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to Hornet Drones here. Summon out the Hayate. We're going to clear the Dropsies. Okay? Dropsies will be destroyed. Okay? And we're going to Foolish a Widow Anchor here. Reason being, the Widow Anchor can take the Colossus, negate it, so then we can resolve the engage. So, here we go. You ready? Battle phase. No. We didn't screw up that time. This is the critical one. We're going for Plat 1 here, guys. We're not going to misplay that time. All right? So, sending the Widow Anchor. We will be adding this off the Kagari. Main phase 2. Here comes the Kagari. The weird part about this is that we can't use the Kagari to get back the engage at the moment. But we've got him right where we want him. We're going to get the Widow Anchor here. We're going to get rid of the Colossus. At the moment, it went through. It went through. I will take the Thunder Dragon Colossus from you. We're going to link it off into Zeke. You've seen this play before. We never have to deal with the Thunder Dragon Colossus again. That one. Thunder Dragon Colossus can't be brought back because it wasn't legally summoned. So, we're not going to use Zeke's effect. What are we going to do now? We're just going to engage. Give me that sweet engage. He's got the Ash. Or he has DD Crow. He clearly has something, but he's choosing to hold it. He's letting it go. This man is actually crazy. This guy is crazy. There's no world where that's the right play. If you have the Ash, you have to Ash. I don't know what else he could have chained there. Unless it's Thunder Dragon Dark. Thunder Dragon Dark would be the only card there that he might have. Because he's playing this weird mishmash deck that plays Consolation Prize. He's ashing the Metalfoes Fusion? Can we get a Keck W in the chat? Yeah, he's trolling. He's got to be trolling, right? Who does that? Who is he not? He's not reading cards. He's clearly not reading cards. The funniest part about that too is the Metalfoes Fusion stays in the graveyard, so next turn we just draw with it anyway. I'm baffled. Totally baffled. So, I thought there was no way he had it too. I thought maybe he just turned on the toggle and he was trolling us. No, he's just dumb. Simple as that. So what are we going to do here? We're going to activate the Shark Cannon. We're going to add the Shark Cannon. We're going to activate it. Shotgun it immediately. Okay? Reason being, we want to get the Widow Anchor. So, we need to banish a card here. I want to banish the Doodle-Doo, personally. But I think the better play is to banish the Mew Mew so he can't tribute. Funniest part about this, too, is that... Oh, no. I fucked up. I threw. Oh, shit. I hit special summon. Oh, no. All right. All right. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. God. We're both trading throws here. There's no reason why we should have done that. Holy crap. What are we doing? Let's hope he clears the Mew Mew. If he clears the Mew Mew, we can play. Wow, I feel dumb. Oh no, I just said I wasn't going to misplay anymore, guys. He's got nothing. Whew. Crisis averted. All right, here we go. Cosmic Cyclone off the rip again. I don't know what this could be at this point. Frank Kid's Pandemonium. This is the fusion spell I was talking about earlier. He clearly has had nothing going for him this game. So we're going to Metalfoes Fusion now. If he's got the Ash for the second time, we're going to Metalfoes Fusion. He doesn't. We have Maxi, we win. There's no way around this. What we're going to do right now is we're going to clear the Mew Mew because it cannot attack directly. Because it was summoned off the Shark Cannon. And... quite frankly, we're just going to swing for 15 with Shizuku. We don't need to force anything here. We have what we need. We have what we need to win. So, boom, boom. Let's go straight end phase. No throwing here. No throwing here. All right. We've come to the finish line. We've got the Maxi. We've got the Afterburner. We have the Widow Anchor. We've got the Eagle Booster. We have 5 spells in grave. We're golden. Does not matter what he draws here. It really does not matter what he draws here. Regardless, everything here is activatable. The sucky thing... We Widow Anchor and take this immediately. Reason being, if he has something else, we chain the Maxi. Yes. So, he can't link this off and use the effect. We held the Maxi. We bought the Maxi another turn. And then we can Afterburners during our turn pop this if he sets another card. We can also set the Engage now off of the multi-roll to add the other Widow Anchor. Because that Widow Anchor was set off the multi-roll, so it's now banished. So, he's going to end phase. The Roxy's will pass back to him. Multi-roll is going to set the Engage here. For those who are just tuning in, because I just saw the viewer count go up by 2, we're about to be Plat 1, playing Sky Striker. This is a suboptimal build because we don't have Upstart Goblin. The deck list is there on the left side of the screen. Top deck the Ray. Sweet. So, what do we do here? Well, we're going to activate the Afterburners, popping the Roxy's. Reason being, we want to get more stacks on the multi-roll. Bye, Roxy's. We're not going to destroy another card. There's no reason we'd have to destroy something we control. We're going to activate the Engage here. There's still one in the deck, but we want to get the other Widow Anchor. That's the key part of this right now, is getting the Widow Anchor to hand. And we're going to draw a card. Look at the card advantage we have. We just drew into another Ray. I am also mad that Veiler is an ultra rare. I felt it should have been a super rare of any of the hand traps. I'm also a little mad that some of the all the Ghost Girls are ultra rares. Spooky Dogwood should not be an ultra rare. Ghost Cherry should not be an ultra rare. They really wanted to milk that. So, what are we going to do here? We're going to normal summon Ray. We're going to swing for 3,000 direct. We're then going to use the multi-roll to send the Shizuku. And then use the Ray to summon another Shizuku. So we don't have to Zeke. Because we already blew one Zeke going for the Colossus. So, here we go. Just like I said, multi-roll effect. Well, Imperm's not necessarily a Cyber Dragon card. In the anime, it's used by the person who plays Altergeist, to my knowledge. Someone told me that a couple streams ago. So it's actually technically an Altergeist card. It just has Cyber Dragon Infinity on the card art. So we're going to set the Widow Anchor here. In end phase. We're going to search a card that we don't have. A lot we can add here. You know what card we can add now off of the Shizuku? The Engage. Because it's not in the graveyard anymore. So, we're going to add the Shark Cannon. Yeah, we're going to set the Shark Cannon. So we got the 3 best interruptions right here. Now, in end phase, Shizuku will add the Engage. Because it's not in the graveyard anymore. We banished the other one. See how crazy this is? Look at this. Look at this card advantage. We have 5 cards on field, 3 in hand. One of them is Max C. And then we have the 3 best interruptions that Sky Striker has in its main toolbox. There's no way he can play through this, guys. There's no way. The moment he summons another Prank Kids monster, he's just going to get fucking Widow Anchored. Excuse my language. Here we go. Just like we talked about. Give me that. No Lampseas for you. And the best part, again, we do the same thing next turn. If he takes the Maxi challenge now too, we have the Ray as well. Going to end phase, he's passing back the lamps. We're going to pass back the Lampseas. And multi-roll will not set the Widow Anchor right now. Or do we? No, we're not. Not going to set the Widow Anchor. I'm going to search for the engage, and then in that end phase, activate the Widow Anchor. Sorry, activate the multi-roll to set the Widow Anchor. What we're going to do right now is this. We're going to engage. On the engage, we're going to search the other Shark Cannon. We're going to go for lethal right now. Okay? We're going to go for lethal. We're going to activate the Shark Cannon, steal a monster from the graveyard. We're going to steal Thunder Dragon Colossus because it's funny. And actually, no, we can't. We can't special summon it. Sorry. Steal the Ash. Go for the typical access code talker play. Remember, we can't walk into Nib here because we have the Ego Booster. If we walk into Nib, it has to be after we've already summoned the Effect Veiler from the Selene. Because this is our 4th summon. Actually, it's our 3rd summon, sorry. So here we go, Selene. Selene will be our 4th summon. Selene on summon, again, we check the field and players' graveyards for spell cards. She gains counters equal to the number in both of our graveyards and on our field. She's going to gain 10 this time, guys. So, Selene effect. Quick effect, detach 3, special summon a spellcaster monster from the graveyard. You should scoop. Zend, I don't know why you're not scooping. Can't win. No way you win this. Even if you have the Nib, you don't win this because we have the Eagle Booster. Maybe he just wants to watch what we're doing. Can't Nibiru right now because access code's effect can't be responded to. Doesn't have it. We just play it safe. We just go battle phase. We don't do anything else. Access code, swing for game. Battle step. Direct damage, lethal. Plat 1. Playing Sky Striker. Suboptimal build. Like I said, I've had a lot of success in the TCG playing this deck. And there we go. First Plat 1 in Master Duel for me, guys. I'm glad you could be a part of it. I really am. So. Here's what I'm going to do. All right. What I'm going to do, just like always, I'm going to take the recording of tonight's live stream. Post it on my YouTube. It will be up tomorrow morning, labeled Sky Striker live gameplay deck tutorial combo guide, right? Something along those lines. When it goes up, I want you guys watch it again if you feel so inclined to. Tell me what you think in the comments about this deck. You know, once you watch it again a second time, if you decide to do so, share it with your friends who may be interested in getting into Sky Striker. Okay? Like I said, I'd like to show it in live. I don't like to pick and choose which games I show by cutting the stream, you know, by cutting the video on demand down. You saw even the losses. We just went 12-3 with this deck. 12-3. Look at this. It's crazy. We're going to go through our match history. Win, 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 win. Lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. Win, 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 win. Look at this. Look at all the wins we had. Maybe we had 4 losses. Okay? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. These are against other Plat players too, guys. So, that's Sky Striker for you. The deck that focuses around spell cards, right? Focuses around spell cards that you want to be able to activate by having no monsters in your main monster zone. Pulling up the deck list once again, make it widescreen. All right? We're playing a 9-card hand trap package with 2 cards to counter the hand traps, okay? In the Called by the Grave. Now, an optimal build here would not be playing the Madolche Fusion and the Foolish Burial Goods. But because we gave ourselves another way to get engaged to the hand, because we could Foolish Burial the engage if we wanted to, or we could Foolish Burial a spell we need to add off the Kagari. The Madolche Fusion also is an additional card drawn without giving the opponent another 1,000 life points. Because again, we talked about this. This deck does not have really a lethal range until the late game, when it can go for Accesscode, as you just saw. So, other texts that we have to do. Because Eldritch is running around, because Folk Shadal is running around, we have to play back removal. We're electing to go with Cosmic Cyclone because there's no trade-off. We trade 1,000 life points, we banish a card, which is better than destroying it, because often cards in the current format have an effect when they're destroyed and sent to the graveyard, or they can be used to fuel things. In the combo pieces, you could banish something. For instance, that Spiral deck, we didn't see it, but the Spiral continuous spells and traps have graveyard effects. If we banish it, they can't use those graveyard effects. So, this is the list. If you want to build this, I recommend it. But again, I think the optimal choice is, and I've admitted to this deck is not optimal. What you should be doing is you should be playing a Terraforming. You should be playing an Upstart Goblin. Doesn't matter how many. You could be playing 2 Upstart Goblin, you could be playing 3, you could be playing 1. But I think you should be playing an Upstart Goblin. So, in an optimal list, what would I do to change this differently? Well, for instance, you could cut the Hercules base, you could cut the Madolche Fusion, you could cut the Foolish Burial. You could just make those 3 Upstart Goblins if you so choose to. I think you should play the Area 0 at 3. With multi-roll at 3, the Area 0 at 3, it's more ways to see Ray. We are playing 13 ways to see a Sky Striker monster in the deck. And 10 of those ways are to get Ray. So, how do we get Ray here again? Well, you hard draw it, right? It's in your opening hand. Or you use Reinforcement of the Army to add the Ray. Actually, we're playing even more than that because we have the engages. So you can engage to add the Ray as well, which we had to do a couple times. Or what you can do is you can use the Area 0 by sending it with the multi-roll. That summons a Ray, and then they also can't respond to your spell cards for the rest of the turn. So, priority 1 is getting Ray to your hand. Other ways you can counteract that to guarantee you try to see the Ray are to play some of the pot cards. If you're going to play a pot card in Sky Striker, I recommend playing Pot of Prosperity. It is a super rare, but the cost of it is to banish 3 cards from your graveyard, from your extra deck face down. If you're going to play Pot of Prosperity, you need to never not banish more than 3 cards. You can only banish 3 cards. You can't afford to give up any more cards because the Kagari is at 1. In the TCG, you can get away with it because the Kagari is at 3. But in this, you can only do 3. And what I would do is I would banish the Shizuku, I would banish the Nightmare Unicorn, and I would banish the Kaina. Banish the Hayate, banish the Phoenix, the Unicorn, banish the Kaina. Reason being, the Shizuku gets you the cards you don't have if you're going to play Pot of Prosperity, okay? The Nightmare Phoenix you need to keep in case they have the Imperial Order or a Floodgate. The Unicorn is not so much critical. It's harder to make 2. That's why you're going to keep the Nightmare Phoenix. And the Kaina's only ever good if you need to stall for another turn, which and sometimes in the late game does come up. But early in the game, when you're going to have to Pot of Prosperity, the Kaina's of less value to you. Another thing you could do too is you could also banish a Zeke there. You could go banishing the Hayate, banishing a Zeke, banishing a Unicorn. That's another way to do it. It's the same logic behind the Zeke. The same logic behind the Kaina as the Zeke. The Zeke isn't as good to you in the early game when you're going to be resolving the Pot of Prosperity. Okay? So, that's been Sky Striker, guys. Thank you again for joining me tonight on this stream. I love having you guys join me. I like the commentary you guys have alongside. Alright? And look for the video on demand. I'm going to post my YouTube link real quick before the chat closes and I end the stream for the night. So, tomorrow morning, if you haven't subscribed already, I'd like it if you would, please. It helps me a lot. I'm not making any money off this yet. I'm not even an affiliate on Twitch. I'm doing this just for you guys, but I like the experience. I like getting my name out there. I like showing you guys these decks, and I know you guys enjoy the success we had tonight was crazy. So there's the link to my YouTube. All right? And tomorrow night, we'll be playing a different deck. We may be going back to Drytron. So tomorrow night, look for Drytron. All right. We'll probably be playing Drytron with the Herald of Ultimateness this time instead of the Herald of Perfection. All right. So everybody have a great night. Thank you again for joining me.